Yeah, I got a role of a dude named Percy. It's pretty much me, but I just got a different name.
Cool. Yeah.
Hey, that's some shit. I just did a film with a nigga named Percy.
What's that?
We played the same, got the same name.
They testing us. That's what they doing.
Nah, we good.
Y'all look alike. www.roseandbar.com.
I like these plugging and shit.
Y'all know some hater.
That's good, man. Congratulations, man. How do you feel about the?
Oh, it was straight, man. Those big like stars in it.
Is that your first time like acting on a real set?
Yeah, just Instagram. That's all I act on.
Yeah.
This shit was big.
They had like multiple cameras, things like that.
All this makeup. They put makeup on my cute ass. I don't need no damn makeup.
What they do is rub a charcoal brick head on. I don't know how it works.
Oh.
I mean, it's a real question.
Where my gun at?
Kidding. It's
Tony.
joke against Michael Blackson.
Tony, you are making me soaking wet right now.
Yeah, it was cool, man. They had a whole lot of snacks. That's the only reason I showed up.
Oh, snacks.
What's your favorite craft service snack? Craft service snack. That's what it's called, craft service.
Oh, I ain't never heard of shit like that.
That's what they call the snacks.
Shit. Go.
Yeah.
Cheese and hot knots.
Yeah. All the shit you can get now.
Yeah.
You ain't stepping
Nah,
out.
but this shit, they had like Costco shit, like extra. Oh, like lots of things.
Hell yeah.
And the bonus thing you to get that next part.
Yeah.
Now, so did you steal snacks from the
Hell, full of shit. I just be popping it in red like, Cheetos.
What's something cool you learned about the anything weird happened at all? Everybody
Yeah, nah, everybody was real cool. They was humble. It was like, I was looking up at real famous. I was like, just continue to be me. Everybody was like humble. I was like, hey, straight. It was nice to be there. Cause at first I didn't want to do it because I had like shows, but I had to cancel them. They said they gonna pay me. Shows weren't paying me.
That's a tough decision.
Yeah. So, Wi-Fi connection in the crib.
Are you a real Reba fan? You're wearing a Reba.
Nah, man. Somebody on Instagram sent me a whole lot of like vintage stuff. They sent me this Chucky watch. It just broke, man. I'm gonna stab myself out. That motherfucker. It broke in the back.
You have a Chucky doll, right?
Yeah, that's I love him.
Chucky? You have a real like Chucky?
I went to Toys R Us and bought it.
Oh, that Chucky.
Yeah.
All right,
Oh,
I don't think it's the child's.
Oh, I used to be in the bed watching that. Hell no, I don't fuck with him.
Yeah, that was always the one that scared me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he in the bed. Oh, fuck with him. That's a real nigga answer right there.
Where your bed went from? North Carolina.
Oh, that's okay. Why you blink so much?
I just got a nervous problem.
That shit be fucking.
Yeah, I used to have wrecks. I mean, I probably still do.
Oh, that's better. You got it to a blink. You know what I mean? You still gonna scare some motherfuckers with that. I don't know if you giving me signals because I always know what the fuck going on. And I'm misreading shit. Like, nigga, help me, nigga. Help me understand. Okay.
They drawing you and shit. You better go start running. Yeah,
Congratulations on coming out though, man. Because I know sometimes even South coming out, like,
yeah.
You gonna do probably good.
You get any updates recently from any of your friends back home in North Carolina? Anything crazy happening? Everybody good there?
Oh yeah, they good. Everybody think I made it. That should be crazy, man.
Yeah.
My homeboy talking about some fly me home. I said, nigga, I'm trying to come home. You fly me home. You know, oh yeah, he good, man. He went in with his drawers on.
Just underwear.
He was putting his pants on walking in. I said, bro, you too homeless. You gotta chill out.
Yeah.
You gotta tone it down. It's levels to it. You in the car?
Yeah, I'm in the car. I be at my friend crib, but y'all be in the car.
Oh yeah, all right. As long as somebody close the car. Where is it? What side of town?
What side of town?
Yeah.
Shit, wherever I park at.
Oh, I thought you said he's part near your friend.
Yeah. Oh, we be in Burbank, defending Independence, but I've been staying in North Hollywood for the last.
Okay. So I used to do like up in where Hollywood Boulevard store where the houses are.
Oh yeah,
Dope. Motivation.
yeah. Lay down, lay down. You lay down. Who said that?
That's great and powerful Aphrodite over there.
Yeah.
All right, Malcolm, another great minute, another fun interview. There he is, acting, taking over Hollywood. That's the power. Kill Tony. You guys want to go back to the bucket, huh? Meet a new stranger? Around we go. Where's the stops? Put your hands together for John Yates. John Yates. Here we go. Here he comes. It's a good steady jog. How about one more time for John Yates, everyone?
Hi, you guys. I'm masturbate lazy, you know? Like, I didn't even take off my pants. I just unbutton the top and I stick my hand down there. And then I readjust my nutsack until I come. But then I found out, if I just finish it to the cup of my hand, I don't gotta change my underwear. And then I found out if I raise my hand up in the air like this, that shit will air dry, and I can just peel it off like super glue. And then I don't even have to wash my hands. And then I never have to leave my computer chair. I thought we were talking about how we masturbate. Alright, thank you guys.
Wow. John Yates, or as I call him, this jerk off masturbatory episode. We're in almost 5 years, 207 episodes that never really had anything this crazy happen where almost everybody's talking about jerking up, and you really took it to a new.
He added the details. Might have been the wrong detail, but there's details there. You know what I mean?
Roseanne Barr.
I don't know what kind of Asian you are, but you just brought dishonor.
I saw the leather jacket. I was like, give it up for Andrew Rice Clay.
Oh my God! Wow, John. But yeah,
This is a thing that you all gonna witness in comedy, right? You had two different people talk about the same shit. One was acceptable from one person, and it wasn't from the other.
Yeah.
And that shit, especially when it's based on appearance, you know. Asian women talking about masturbating, it's cool. Asian dudes, it's like, oh shit.
Oh yeah. No one wants to hear the description of a jerk off by the world's tiniest sumo wrestler right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you look like more of a little person than Lila Hart?
Yeah.
How old are you, John?
I'm 29.
29. How long have you been on stand-up?
Like about 2 years now.
Why do you sound like you're about to laugh about it?
Why you blink so much?
I got like a nervous thing too.
Blinking. I haven't seen him open his eyes one time since he's been up here. Those things look. It's like you went through a 12-round boxing match, John.
Pretty much how I feel.
Hell yeah. What kind of age? Roseanne had a good question.
I'm at too, so.
Yeah. You see, you do just laugh after everything.
So I'm a
like?
No, I work at Starbucks.
Well, you sound like an espresso machine. I love it. All right, John. How long you been working at Starbucks?
Like a year and a half now.
Well, year and a half. What would you do if a guy that looks like Byron Bowers came and sat inside the Starbucks and try to buy anything?
I'd ask him to leave.
He's stuttering, man.
Are you guys hiring?
Yeah. We just went through training.
Tell us something that was that happened in that training.
Yeah, that's
you guys were all closed recently.
Yeah.
Well, like I work with a bunch of Hispanic people, and like all the videos we get to watch were like old white people. So they were like, "Why are old white people trying to teach us how not to be racist?" So it's very like it was pretty good effect. I'm gonna get fired over this probably, but
Of course you don't care.
What do your parents do?
my mom's a nurse.
I'm gonna say it, but go ahead.
I'll say it. What's your dad?
He's a mailman.
Wow. Interesting.
How did they meet?
I don't know. I was adopted. So.
He was delivering a manila envelope to her house. Delivering a manila envelope to her house.
Ah, it's a good Philippines joke right there.
I like that.
Hell yeah. So, John, so your mom's Filipino?
Yeah.
And your dad's?
Filipino.
Yeah, they're both Filipino.
He's delivering a Manny package to her.
There you go. Fuck yeah. You're 29.
I like how Danny was like, no lighting change on that.
So you're 29. You've been working at the Starbucks for a year and a half. What were you doing before that?
I was in the Navy.
Really? Why'd you laugh at that? Why do you keep laughing at yourself? I literally think you don't know what's funny, John.
Yeah, you're like a live tickle me airmo. You can't say L's, the agents.
You gotta stop plugging your website. Okay.
What did you do in the Navy? Like,
I was on the submarine. I was a mechanic.
It was definitely yellow.
You were a mechanic on the submarine?
Yeah.
How long did you do that for?
6 years.
so what made you want to not do any mechanical stuff and go to the company?
Well, I was a pretty shitty mechanic, so like when I joined, I had to take this test, and you'd be a good mechanic, but did anything mechanical in my life?
Yeah.
So I said, sure, I'll be a mechanic, and then didn't know it. Like I was pretty. I could learn, you know what I'm saying? Like,
You look like you only fix Mario Karts.
Did your mechanical skills ever get anybody hurt or injured or sort of put you guys at risk? Like let's put it this way: are you a better mechanic or comedian? And which one did you have the weirdest discharge during?
I'm probably a better comedian. They make me do a lot of the simple stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like not too.
Turning on the lights.
Yeah.
What's the fuck is simple on a submarine?
I don't like turning valves and shit.
Valves and shit.
No, not.
Starbucks, what was your previous job in the Navy? What did you do? Turn valves and shit. You hired.
I don't know. It's like I just did whatever they told me. Really, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
What location is the coffee shop you work at?
I work over at Sunset at St. Andrews. By Home Depot. That Flex building.
Too much detail. I would have never told y'all motherfucking power.
You really just gave us the GPS. It's pretty much. Well, John, what do you do for fun? Stand up.
Just hang out, talk shit.
What up, Eliza? Hope you're amazing.
Yeah. Where do you talk to these people at, John?
Hey, you a good friend if somebody got some dope on them and the cops show up. Cause your answers are vague as fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you were doing a dating profile and it said hobbies, you would just say you talk to people and hang out.
Yeah.
I listen good, you know.
That's not a hobby.
You know, like usually.
Listen good. What else?
You know, I hang out at your apartment, you hang at my apartment. You know.
Who does this with you? Who hangs out with you like this? I want names.
It's like
I want names of friends.
like two or three.
Who? Name a name.
Oh, I got a buddy named Joel, and my roommate.
Joel? Is this true?
Oh, wow.
Well, my roommate like skipped town. So I don't know.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Because he saw you writing this minute of material that you presented here tonight, doing some research, jerking off in cups.
Yeah, I know. You get pretty comfortable around other dudes when you serve in the submarine, so like, you know.
Wait, where is this going again?
What's the craziest thing you ever saw in that submarine underwater?
The craziest thing?
Yeah.
I saw a dude like sit in. Then once, and another dude came and just like slapped his like dick up his forehead like this.
The Navy, ladies and gentlemen.
And he told him to look up, and he looked up, and he got all pissed.
What did he do? How pissed did he get?
He tried to swing at it, and then everybody laughed.
Wow. You're such a good storyteller, John. Dig on the face, slapped it away.
You know the usual Navy stuff. It was uncomfortable. We left and went and turned valves and shit.
I asked you how long you've been on stand-up?
Couple years.
How often do you do it?
I try to go out mostly every night. Open mics, and, like hanging out, talking.
Are you usually just dirty, like when you do open mics, or
I got like a spectrum.
not your material, your body, you're on the
my
spectrum?
body. No, my body.
All right. Your name is so not Filipino, John Yates.
Yeah. It's like Hispanic people keep telling me my last name means keys, so to go with that.
Yaves.
Wow. Yeah. What's your relationship like with your parents?
It's alright. Like they don't know what I'm doing, and I try to explain it to them, but they still don't understand.
They don't understand what you're doing? What do you mean? They don't have Starbucks in the Philippines?
No, like they don't know what stand-up is.
Show them a video doing it.
Show Coy.
Like I took all the good jokes.
Man. All right, John. Well, thanks for coming on the show. It's good to meet you. There he goes. John Yates. There you go. John Yates. What do you think? One more time, and then we'll wrap this shit up. Go.
Let's do a quickie.
Quick flight crew, one more. Get out of here. Okay. This looks like a new name for your kids. Jeff Klein. Jeff Klein? Is that a name? Not seeing any. How about Yama Nicolay? Yama Nicolay. Here we go. One more time for Yama Nicolay.
So we're gonna play a game of Is It Racist? All right. Is it racist to say all black people look alike? Is it racist to say it in a room full of Ethiopians? No. And if you don't know the difference between black people to know why it's not racist to say it in a room full of Ethiopians, you're a racist. That's how that game works. So I hate white people, but I don't know how to feel about Chinese people. I feel like they've deceived me because they're a minority here, but they're a majority of the world's population, which makes them a super majority. And I feel like they become fat-free white people, like all the benefits but none of the guilt. I think it's because they did it the right way. All their oppression and genocides against other Asian people. So they don't see race, they only see the communist agenda.
Hell yeah. Yama. How do I say your name again? Yama.
Yama and Kelly. You did a pretty good part.
Hell yeah. Nice to meet you. This is your first time on the show, right?
Second.
What happened last time? What happened? Remind me of how that went.
The first time I was on here was November 23rd, 2016. I know that because that's the last time anyone mentioned me on Twitter. Like I just be on Instagram, but that's the last time I got a mention on Twitter. And apparently I mentioned people with autism. I used to work with kids with autism. I looked this up yesterday. I was like, oh shit, I need to look this up.
Hell yeah.
Is your name West African?
Yeah, with Nigerian.
Yoruba or
Igbo.
Igbo?
You go shooting up the Australians.
No, I mean just
I'm not.
you did the Ethiopian thing, and I was like, oh, this is an inside. It's like shit Africans talk against other Africans. You know what I mean? But to me, I can't tell y'all. I can kind of tell y'all apart, but I know. You know what I mean?
What kind are you?
I'm just a nigga from the South. But I got Nigerian friends, so I know. Like, you don't come across aggressive.
You're on West Side. What kind? It's always.
I'm afraid of around and autistic.
Do you always say in your act that you hate white people?
I do just like to throw it in there. I don't have. I don't have. I speak like I don't. I sound too white, and so like people just think I'm. No, I don't. I just have to make sure that I don't get called out all the time.
White people speak to you a lot?
I grew up in the burbs. I grew up in Palo Verde, so like I definitely have like lots of firsthand white people like being racist to me directly. Yeah, like, but it's not like oppressive. It's just like my feelings hurt. Like, oh, I'm not gonna. We can't invite black kids over, but it's not like systematic poverty. Like, I still got to live in the burbs.
Right. Why do you get to live in the burbs?
My mom's a lawyer. My dad.
שזה אולי לא דבר, סתם שהבעיה של המשחק לסער של הים, זה נראה שאומר, אז אם אתה בתוך הים, אתה יכול לשפוט בתוך המים. או אותו תספור, זה לא כמו החדשים שם, זה לא באמצע ים. מה שרש באמת זה שהוא שופט על הצד השני של האונייה, שזה נושא לאוויר שלה, זה נצח, זה לא רוצה, זה האונייה שלו, זה האונייה של שפיעה. אבל לשים בתוך המים זה בעייתי, זה ים, זה לסער של ים. הקופון זה לא נקודת הרסטרקה, זה ששופטים בין ימים ובין בלילה, תגידו כבר שאפשר לשחק בלילה, בין בראש הגל ובראש השיר. או להעביר, או להעביר, איפה זה לא, שיש לך תאורה טובה, תראה לי את התאורה, בוא נראה לי את התאורה הזאת. ישראל, מה לא? אנחנו סיימנו את השיר. תראו מה זה, תאורה. אנחנו הולכים, באמת, אנחנו בדרך כלל מרסלו. מה שזה מעניין זה כאילו זה מתאפק, כמו גליה, אז אם אתה חצי שול מצרח, אם אתה לפעמים שלך יש חצור, זה צפות, אתה יכול להציל את זה גם, זה לא סמירות כבר. איזה מנמר, אין כלום, אין מלחמה, זהו, מנמר. אני לא יודע לגמור, הנה, אנחנו רוצים לזה עוד הרבש, דקנמי. רש"י, הרבה פעמים בש"ס, הוא עובד בגלל שלושה דברים, רש"י, וגם את הפרקודת, עכשיו נגיד מה שדיקות לעשות. שום ידיעות, בין ביום, בין בלילה. אז אולי הדומה ליום, לא עומד בו לשום. כתוב, עכשיו בלילה, מה כתוב? מכין הסום. שמע, לא, שרואים אם יש הגותו, אם יש תאורה, על פני ידיעות, אז זה בסדר גמור. כן, שמע מלא, תראו את הסיפור עכשיו.
Rabbi Shimon hates, God just wants to come up to
Rothschild, שיהיה לכם ערב טוב, ונעים לשמוע את איזה רדיו יש בסדר, איזה השם, אם זה לא עובד. טוב, עושה בשיר שלהם, ועושה בשיר, אומרים לי, לא היה אודיו, זה לא, אז עכשיו בואו נתחיל מההתחלה. בואו יצאי, אנחנו גם אולי, עם מרוקו, אולי. אבל כן, יש פה מישהו, אתה מרוקאי? לא, אתה לא, אתה... אין לנו פה, אתה מרוקאי? יש לנו כאן לפחות מיליארד של אנשים, אנחנו ממש בצהריים, אנחנו עומדים לצאת פעם ראשונה, אבל צריכים לתפוס קצת ובעצם שצריך אותם לכל מיני דברים שאנחנו רואים. אני רציתי להגיד לו שישלחו שמות, שאחרת כאן יתפללו, הדברים, אנחנו רוצים דברים חשובים, וזה עושה, איך ישלחו? לא, אבל אני רוצה לראות את זה עכשיו, צריך להגיד לנו משהו עכשיו, אנחנו נותן לך לגבר. טוב, תשלחו שמות לבני, ולנועם פיקס, ולדייב, ולמרק. אינפו. תגידו את זה, טוב, אני אעשה את זה למטה, ובעצם השם לא צריכים לעבוד עלינו, צריכים לעשות את זה. ובעצם השם, מישהו רוצה, אני מתפלל, על כל השמות, מישהו אחר רוצה להתפלל. טוב, בבוא ניסה עם הנס השבוע, אין עוד לבא במשחק, את חוף על אפשרים להיות מהמתנים, אבל חיים איך. אנחנו רוצים לדעת בייס עולם. שאלה לא, אם מישהו זרק סכין, במשחק עשה target practice, זה לא בגלל דברים בגלל, הוא מנסה לזרוק סכין על הקיר, מה? ויאללה מטרה. בתוך כדי שזרק סכין, פתאום עובר פרה. זה שיטת נוסע גרוע. איזה שחיטה או לא. הוא לא היה שום כוונה לשמות על הקיר. האם צריך כבונה או לא כבונה? מה אתם אומרים? מה הולכים לי שם אומרים? רבי, מה אתה אומר? כבונה לא כבונה? טוב, אז אומר לך ונאמר לך. לא איפה ששופט. אם ראית מישהו סובט, אמר לנו רב, לא איפה ששופט. יבואו ותתחילו להסוף, ותו לכו לשופט. ראית בן אדם ששופט, אתה לא יודע מי הוא, אתה לא יודע מי הוא. ואתה רואה את השחיטה מההתחלה עד הסוף, אתה רואה שאין שהיו, אין בליסו, אין כלום. הוא לא יודע בשחיטות. יש בזה חידוש של בוא יצאי. So, sometimes you think, oh, they were built tougher back then. No, they weren't. They were the same, but they just were called to action and they went. And they fought so many games. So, what are the motives you got? I mean, even if you do she's a flat office, הוא יודע את הנכון, אז אתה לא צריך להיות משקיע. כתוב בתורה, וזובק טוב, אוכל טוב, אפשר לשמור, אפשר לאכול, אפשר לסמוך, וראינו שלנו ניסו. להיות הדירקטור, אתה בטוח שהוא יכול לא למדת על החול, צ'יגה. אז אתה יודע שאתה צריך לראות מהתחלת הזה. זה מאוד הידום אפילו. אולי זה מקרה שאתה לא יודע, אתה לא יודע מי זה. אתה לא יודע, הגעת למרוקו, אתה רואה את כלם שוחר. אז אולי אתה צריך לבדוק את זה אומר לך עד הסוף. לא סתם אומרים לך, מספור מאובקים. אין איזה דבר מספור מאובקים, אתה צריך לבדוק. הנה, לא יתצור לזה שקידו. יש רוי, שמת לב, רוי. דיברנו אתמול על רוי מצוא לזה שקידו. מי שמתעסק בדבר הזה, הוא לא עושה. אבל אני אומר לי, כעני הארץ שמות אותנו, לא ישקידו בשוק. אתה רואה, אתה מוצא תרנגולת היה אחת שלמד בצמש שהשתגע שהיה איזה תרנגולת שהסתובבה שם על איזה הסתובבה שם בגינה שם, בצד כאלו כמה ימים מסתובב, הוא הולך את זה צריכים לגמור לו תפס אותו, שחט אותו לא מצא תרנגולת שתהיה בשוק, מצא משהו כזה שחוט בשוק כל שאומר לשתות את זה בשחוי, לא אנחנו לא לשוק שהוא אמר לשליח שלו, הוא אומר לחבר שלו, תעשה לי טובה, אני הולך לשקול. ואז על הבית חוזר, ומוצא תלמידות שקיסה. אז מי כן עשה את זה? הוא אומר לחבר שלו, הוא תעשה לי טובה, הוא תעשה לי תלמידות. הוא חוזר הביתה, והוא מוצא תלמידות שקיסה על השולחן. אז מי עשה את זה? לא יודעת שמישהו אחר. תשמעו, זה קורה לי, הרבה פעמים, אבל... דוגמה, סתם דוגמה, הוא אומר לבן שלי, אני רוצה לזכות בו, באמת, אני רוצה לזכות את בו, אז עושה לי דוגמה, תביא לי איזה כוס מים. ואז יש לי פעם, הוא גילה לי, לא רציתי כוס מים, לא, זה לא מבינה, רציתי שני אפילו כוס מים. אתה אומר, לך, אתה מכיר את זה? לא ממש, אתה לא, בצורה אחרת. לא, תוך אחד שאתה גמרת שיביא לך, מביא לך. סתם מביא, סתם. תשמע, אל תגלה שכל זה לא שחקה. אשתי לא ככה, הרי שרוצה להרגיש שום דבר שום. לא שאומר לשלוק יצאו שבוי כבר, אנחנו מוצא שופט. לא עשו שופט. כן? אם מצאת משהו שפוט, יש לך חזור, יש שפוט. אבל רואים את המושג, רואים מצוין את השקיד המות שלהם. אבל אדם אליהם רואים מצוין את השקיד המות שלהם, ואין דבר אותם. אני לא יכול להסתובב כאן, נראה איזה אחד, מורכי כזה, מקורי, רואים אותו שופט, אז יהודי, לכאורה, רואים מצוין את השקיד המות שלהם, לכאורה הוא מורכי. הוא אומר את הגמור, לא יודע לי, אני שואל דווקא כמה בפרסם איזה איך שהוא מתחתן, זהו. לא אלמדי יודע, זה לא יגמור. לא יודע, גמור, אולי מתחתן את הסיפור, שאתה יודע מפורש, הוא לא יודע את הלוחס. אם אתה לא יודע את הלוחס, אז ודאי שאתה חייב לבוא בגלל מהתחלת הסיפור. הוא לא יודע את הלוחס, אתה סימון שם. אז מה קרה, כאן יש לך מידע שלא יודע הלוחס. אז וראית שזה חלק. סימן אחד. ובקטע לפני, לפעמים, לא יודעים שקירה לכם שאתה לא מרגיש, מישהו שקורה לו פעם שאני מגיע ואתה עושה זה מאוד מסוכן, כן? אתה לא פה, אתה לא בקונטרול, אתה לא בשליטה מלואה, כן? אז פצוע אחד, הוא עושה הסימן אחת, ואתה משגיע חצי האחצ'י, אתה לא רואה כמה קרה בסימן השני, אתה לא יודע אם הוא עושה שני, ניסו, רוסו, שומע, אתה לא יודע. אז סיימון, דאי שפיר, אחנמי שפיר, זה באמת לא טוב. בבוי זה לא שחיטה טובה. הוראה שלו, האיסור ישמח להם, והוא עושה שליטה בסימן אחד, כמו וזה די צחור. עוד דבר שאני לא יודע להגיד בגלל רפואה. מה? אז איך שמתחילים, יש כזה מרמה? אז איך שמתחילים, בדיוק יצא לו, הוא הצליח על הסימן הראשון. הסימן השני, השני לא יודעים. אם לא עכשיו שום, עכשיו דומה, אולי בסימן השני, עכשיו יחייבי, שני סימנים, ובהמה. אז בשני, הוא מפסיק לשנייה, או לכמה שניות, הוא עושה ניסים, כוח למטה ולבוא הלוך חזור. אוי, הנה, מדהים, היו הסבר הבא. הגמרא שואלת כאן שאלה, כאילו שלא דיברנו על זה. אוי, ולשלוף אמצעים שחורים. השיטי מדבר על זה. זאת אומרת, השליח שלך לשחת יעיל. בוא עליו, הוא רוצה שעבוד. והשולח חוזר הביתה ומוצא שזה שעבוד. אומר, לא, לחספוס את שעבוד. לכאורה יש לחזור בזה שעבוד. אוי, יש לי רוצה לקרוא. עכשיו, הגמרא שואלת, במקרה אחר אומר, אתה אומר לשליח שלך לסל כמו מייסר, תוציא לי 2%, 10% מייסר. אבל אין חספוס איתו, אי אפשר לסמוך שמה שזה דומה, הנה, יש לך במקום ערימה של 100 פירות, יש לך ערימה של 80 ומשהו פירות, יש לך כאן 10 ועוד 2 וזה, זה לא טוב. אפשר לגמור בהמשך. מה אנחנו לקרוא לו לשחיתו? היא חזק שנייה פסק שנייה. זו הגיעה לפסק מה שנייה אפילו מנהלים. אפשר לשמור על השנייה בשנייה דברים, גם לקרוא את זה. היא חזק על שנייה פסק שנייה. זו הגיעה, אין כזה חזק שהשנייה חזק לשנייה. אפילו שחיתו נגיד לא. זה לא מדור שאסמוך על שהשנייה חזק משחיתו שנייה. אז מישהו אחר עשה. אז לא יודעים מה מישהו לזה, אפשר לסמוך עליו. רגע, יש חזוק ואין חזוק. תגיד, יש חזוק ואין חזוק. הנה חזוק, אפילו שיש חזוק, אז תגיד, אבל יש חזוק. אם יש חזוק, לא צריכים לחזוק. אז יש כאן לשון מאוד יפה. אבל כפתח, הלוך, אם לך תביא לי, יש כמה פירושים ברש"י, אם תשלם לי מחיר יקר של חוג של מלח, חוג של מלח, בקיצור, משהו הזה, עכשיו כאן אפילו, בוא נראה, זה לא מקום אוקיי. וואו. זה שלא ראיתי בסוף, אבל זה טוב, יש לבד. אני מסתכל על הבחור, הוא מביא לו את המלח. כאילו שלם, ניקום שלם. לא נפל, בסדר, יש. זו גימור. אוקיי, עכשיו אני רוצה בוא טוב. תראה, תגיד, יש משהו. אז מה הוא אומר? תהיה לא, אם תשלם לי קורס של מלח, אני לא יודעת אפשר לזה הראשון, תביא לי, אז אני בדיוק אפשר, שמה? לא איזה חזון, יש שלי על איזה אין כזה חזון. שקיצור, אינם, אם שאתם לשום אבל זה שום, בוא נגיד שמישהו אחר רוצה לעשות לך טובה, ושכם תזמין פה, השליח שאתה מנהיגה. לא נצאו לזה שקיד, אני אומר, אתה היית עולה לשמות משהו בגלדם, אפילו לא. אם אתה שוחד, אני יודע מה אתה עושה. אבל תחומו, הנה שאתה לשום אבל זה טוב. מישהו שמה שאתה רצית לעשות, הוא לא יצא לי, כי אני אססס לשם. אבל כן, שלא יודע, סעד את זה מצויה, יש לך בעיה ראשונית, אתה לא יכול לקרוא בלי האנשים של הבנה. אז פרופורציות כמו זה הבעיה. לשחור, לא צריך את הרשות של הבעל הבית. אם זה שיטה טובה, זה שיטה טובה, אבל פרופורציות את הרשות של הבעל הבית. הוא אמר, ומי לעשות ספולות, ולא אנשים פה יודעים, זה לא אומר. לינו, לא יודע, אני פה רואים נכון, זה שקידו פה, לא מצא. עכשיו זה לא דרך, יושי לא לבוא, אני רוצה לבוא את הסרטון, מאוד מעניין. זה לא בשלומי, לא בשלומי. יש מייסים, שראש הרבים בעיר, שספייה להם. יש פה אישור טוב. אז הכל שם, אני מסכים לכל הכל שם. אז הוא לא היה. אז זה לא רצוע. יש איזה די רציני ששמע, אבל זה לא חוקר, זה יחדה. ויש חזיז בבית כן זה ביזנס אנחנו עושים אבל יכול חזיר לא חזיר לא רוצה לקרוא שכולם הם בספינה שלי מכיר השני עולה ביום שבת גם יציקו זה לא לעזור את זה עם הבחור שיש לנו איזה משפס שיש לו הוא מקפיד על השני לא לעבור בין לא לעבור מישהו לקח לך את זה אומר עושה משהו לחזור תגיד את זה שהוא יוצא הספורט שלו הוא אומר שעשו לחזור אני אומר אבל רבי יהודים יהודים שמצא בית שאני לא תסביר מה זה עכשיו אני אומר לא בא להסביר שבא תראה רבי יהודים שמצא בית אם מצאת משהו ריק בהשפעה מה זה אומר? זה לא ריק, הוא סגרת את זה זה לא שחקה טובה אם אתה מוצא משהו ריק טוב בבית שלך אז הוא סגרת, תראה שחקה טובה וואלה, בוא קוראים לי, דבר סובה משמעתיר, אני מסודר, אני מרבוי מוצפין, עצר, שקידו כל מיני ולכן זה לא בית שלך, יש כאן רוב, שהוא שומע טוב ובסוף אני לא רוצה להשקידו כל מיני אבל למה הוא יצא לא, אני לא רוצה להשקידו כל מיני ודאי, יש כאן מוקים אני לא רוצה להשקידו בבית אין מקום. למה? זה לא בית שלך. זה מקום שבו פתאום כולם מומחים, אז זה שבילה טובה. והאשפה שלה שהוא וכולם ולא הפליגי לא עשו למה, בדרך כלל יש שם נבונות, אז ודאי עשו. פליגי, והאשפה שלו, מה קורה לבצע את זה? זה לתוך שמה אנחנו נראה אצלם. זה טוב. יש את הסוגה הזאת בחור, אין לו בוס, זה לבד. אוקיי, קיצור, אם מצאת לבד בסוף, זה 100%. אם מצאת כזה בבית שלך, זה 100% טוב. אם מצאת בתוך הבית שלך, ממש מה, אז זה הפויוס. ומה אפשר להגיד ככה? אפשר לדורות מה הוא יעבור אותם לפי הזבל שבבית. אם אתה הולך לזה, אם אתה סוכן רב שהולך לזה, אתה רואה שזה מלא, אתה מוציא את זה החוצה, ושם אם אתה סוכן רב שהולך לזה מלא, אתה עושה לזה דחיפה למטה, אתה הולך לזה, אתה לא צריך בלבית. אם אתה סוכן אדם, אתה רואה את הזבל הדבר, אתה עושה לזה עוד יותר גבוה, זה משהו לא יתמצא. וגם, יש לי גם בארץ, יש עוד 3 מדרגות. שכן שמוצאים מוצאים לזבל, אתה תגיד לך על הקורא כזה, מעניין הדירה שלך, אתה פח את הזבל. אז יש 3 סוגי אנשים, יש לכם שלוקח את האנשים, הוא עושה קצת, אתה לא חזור עליו. אתה לוס אנג'לס, אל תסתכל עליו, אתה בכלל לא פרשה, אתה לא יודע מה נמצא כל הזמן. יש בן אדם שהולך הביתה ולספור שם. יש בן אדם אפילו בעולם, הוא אומר, אתה משנה את הזמן. זה לא הבעיה שלי. לא, אתה גם בבית פרטי, אתה עושה ככה. אתה מכיר את זה? היית. הבעלה שלי מאיפה זה מגיע, זה בספורט זה כבר משהו מיוחד בביסיה, זה לא שמעתי. זה לא לזה. אני חושב שיש אנשים שעושים ספורט שם עד המפלס הבא, שיש שזה יהיה שם. אתה רואה את זה ממש, אתה אומר לפעמים זה מתגלגל מתחיל לדרך. אוקיי. אמרו לי, איך השפוס פה, בואי מלאכו, מי האטו. סביב אנשים. הכל טוב. זה חבר להיפודן, אתה בואי לדעת. לא, פשוט. Mas só o outro lado do outro lado dos pais, mas só o outro lado do outro baixo dos pais. Olha lá, se não faz, não você quer. Opa, Rabbi, eu digo que os filhos são baixos, são baixos. Se Rabbi אומר, נראה לי שהלוך כמו בביהודו, כשאתה רוצה את זה באשפו, אז קורא לא פה, מה היה אשפו, vamos procurar essa deixar. Nossa, acho que os esse vai a polícia dizer acho que o show por uns clientes ela precisa mais que show não nem do show só baixo precisa de saber já vamos ser não digo você eu vou dar isso assunto aí não sei وكده خلينا بلوي خلينا بلوي شو بيوصل discussões do país. אם זה בתוך הבית של מישהו על השולחן שבת, ודאי לכולם אלא פשוט בתוך הסדר שלנו. הוא אומר שמותר, רביד אומר שזה אסור. אז מה כן? זה ממש הפתעה. אנחנו קוראים נשמע, הופכים לדעת, ופתאום רואים, וואו. כמעט אפשר לדעת לשוק. אבל כולם מסכים לנו, לא טוב. עובד הגמור רבי בזון, אוקיי טוב. רבי לא בא לפסוק, לא בא להגיד, או זה כמו הלוך כמו רבי וכך לא, לא זה מסכים. בא להסביר לכם, נראה רבי, יש רבי חנין לפני שרבי הוא מסכים למוכנים לו. שיקרו לאבנר, שאבנר נראה, לא יש רבי יוצא כאילו, איך אני לא משהו עליי? ואיך משהו, כולם מסכימים שזה אבל בשוק, בוא נדע ונראה, בקיצור כל אחד יודע לשני במקרה הכי קל, זאת אומרת, אשכו בתוך הבייס, או אשכו בשוק. שם אין נכון, הוא הציע בתור הבית, אשכו בבייס. סוגיה כאן שעלה בו יצא, חוץ בחר שואל וקודון, שם בעיקר כאן שתדעו. יודעים במשנה ראשונה שאסור בחר שואל וקודון, שתות פוגעי. שתות? פשוט מסביר שכל אחד מסביר לשני במקרה מסוים, במקרה שבו פשוט. להגיד שכל כך מסכים, לא, זה להגיד אומר אסור, וזה לא אומר מותר, אז הוא מוכן להגיד, הוא רוצה שחלש. זאת מוכן לשאול לקודם בגלל משהו. אומר זה הייתי מאוד שואל סיפורים, לא מדברים על העבר, מדברים על העתיד, שמה, אנשים יקר, הרוב שאומרת, אין עושים מתחילים לתחיל, אסור, יותר, לחבר'ה שנקרא מי שלא דעת, אפילו חולי, אסור לתת לו, וכל ששחטו, אחר, לא יסר, שחוסו שאין. מה אתה לא להגיד כבוד לשתי? אז הנה, זה הנושא, האם זה דבר מאוד מאוד. האם זה מצבל שקיטה? אני עושה לשם שקיטה, אפילו זה יכול לא לדבר. עכשיו, יש לנו בטיים שלנו, היה לו 1-2 ששם מפריעים, וכל לא מתחתר. אני באמצע השאלה שלי, נמצא לך שבוס, אני שומע עכשיו, יוי. יש לי בעיה. אתם לא מבינים, אני החלטתי להגיד את זה בשיעור. באמצע זה טובה, שיעורה. כזה בן אדם לא יכול להיות שלום. לא יכול להיות בייסינג, לא יכול להיות שלום. או קשור לבית השקיע, זה לא צוחק. הוא אומר, מי שמנגן כל הזמן, מי שיוצא למנגנים, לא יכול להיות שפט, לא יכול להיות מנגן. הוא לא חושב, הוא כל הזמן עסוק בנגינס. אז חשבתי על בנט. כל הזמן עסוק בנגינס. אתה שומע אותו, הוא אומר, ואז הוא אומר, שתרציבו לא יכול להיות אז הוא רוצה להיות שתרציבו, צריכים לעבוד על עצמו, לא לשיר הרבה שירים מתחילה. אחרת, כל הזמן, באמצע השקיטה הוא מתאמן על השירים, איזה שירים יעשה, ומה, צריכים לחשוב, דבר אחד, אתה מרוקאי? Yes? אתה סיריאן, מה?
That's where you go wrong every time. You never
Persian, that's where it's אתה יודע שהבן של החברים שלי, מתארס עכשיו עם סירי. כן, טוב. אז איבא, אני אומר לי, שמעתי עליך שאתה גזעני. אבל לא, אני לא מרגיל לקסוליים שלך להבין, הם הכי גדולים. לא נשמע זה עולה, נבוא פה, אתה נשמע עולה. Other than your basic needs, on food, rent, okay. It's true. Oh, that's a good one. אז אומרת, אני בוא משהו עכשיו. היי, ג'ימי! אתה אוהב המורקאי. זה טוב לזה. ג'ימי יזולה. But in terms of like happiness and like that happiness that doesn't leave you to come בכל שוק לכם רואים איזה שחיטה נמצאים. אם יש מישהו שרואה את השחיטה, לא משנה מי שחק, זה קשה. מה כאן זה לא יגיד שכזו לשחיטה? מי אומר שלא צריך חזקה? אבל לא ברגע נעשה. עוד 5 דקות ואנחנו נסיים. זה לא נעשה. זה דורי אישה זהירה במחנה. תקשיב לסיפור הזה. זאת סגי ממנוע שבכל סרט. איפה הוא יבריד אותה? בלי המטרה, הוא זורק את זה לפלוע על המטרה, הוא זורק סכין על הקיר. הוא עוד אותו בשוח את הכדאי. ופתאום עקב שם הבאמה, לא יודע, הלכה הביתה. לבנות סבבה שבמקום כזה, לבנות סבבה שלא צריך לשמוע.
There is still a thing that he says that is very common among all of them, that sex is going to sell when it comes to these creative entertainment endeavors.
Which I say, of course, I'm surprised Forbes.com wrote this article. To me, it's coming from the water is wet file. Of course sex sells. Come on. Like 7 reasons why sex sells.
לא היה דרוסו, זה ודאי. אולי הפגימה אז, תקראו לספקים. מה יש כן בעיה? מה יכול להיות הבעיה? רבוי זה תקשיבו מה יכול להיות בעיה כזה שפיטה? לא, זה לא בסדר. הבעיה זה שאין הלוך חזור. צריכים לעשות הלוך חזור. בוא נראה. בוא נראה פה.
It's not that I'm judging people who do, it's just
הם לא עושים משהו ולא פויסטים. אבל עדיין הם קוראים לו עצמו הלוך. שי בעצמו גם מסביר. הלוך היא כאילו עושים. הלוך היא שלא צריך לשמור. שזה גמור לבוא והנה לא יודע מייבי. צריך ללכת הלוך הזו. אומר לגמור שחוק ובחוק כדאי שלו. היה פאנץ מהקיר. 1,000 לא או, זה לא שיר, ודאי לא, זה תשמיות, שיר זה יותר זמן. אבל רק שאומר שאפשר היה להתארץ שהסכין ארוך, כמו שאתה אמרת, ודאי צריך הלוך חזור שזה סכין גם. אבל אם זה כמות, אבל זה שפה, אם הסכין מספיק עם הצבא, זה לא, אז זה בסדר. בוא נראה להיכנס.
Maybe.
Big day. 9, 37, 37, 96, Monday, May 25th. Most of the day is. No one really knows for sure. Arabic, great Elohim. But this is the Missouri definitely. 3761 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 137 son of Adam was born. 3526 235 Enosh son of Seth was born. 3436 325 Kenan son of Enosh was born. 3366 395 Mahala son of Kenan was born. 3301 460 Yerd son of Mahala was born. 3139 622 Hanok son of Yerd was born. Coffee, Kabbalah, coffee. Oh shit, today's 150 days. Shit. I mean, that's good.
אז למה הילד סחב את הבהמה מהדרום לצפון? כי הוא יודע מה הוא עושה. הוא מוכיח במעשה שלו. וזה שהוא סחב את זה לצפון, שהוא רוצה לשחור, עוד לא לשחור.
So we've got
מה יש לו, מה יש לו, זה לא חשוב, למה? קטן שפיר, אתה יודע.
Methuselah, son of Hanukkah was born.
שוב מנסה לבוא אז ככה, כל מי שתוכיח זה כלום, בסתם, אין לו מחשוב, אז הוא נפרד במישהו שאין לו מחשוב, בסתם. וואו, לא זה איקור, לא יודע איך זה בברית. איך אומרים איקור בברית? איקור, יפה. הקור, אולי הקור, N-A, איקור, לא אוי, ואגו,
Let's do the switch again. 3761 creation of the birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631 137 son of Adam was born. 3526 235 Enosh son of Seth was born. 3436 325 Kenan son of Enosh was born. 3366 395 Mahalal son of Kenan was born. 3301 460 Yered son of Mahalal was born. 3139 622 Chanuk son of Yered was born. 3074 687 Methuselah son of Chanuk was born. Motherfucker. 969 years, baby. Everybody knows that.
Creation of heaven and earth, and Adam and Eve. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. Minus 3,631 137, son of Adam, was born. Minus 3,526 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,436 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. Minus 3,366 395 Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. Minus 3,301 460 Yer, son of Mahalalel, was born. Minus 3,139 622 Chanuk, son of Yer, was born. Minus 3,074 687 Meteshalach, son of Chanuk, was born. Minus 2,887 874 Lemech II, son of Meteshalach, was born. Minus 2,831 930 Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056 Noah, son of Lemech II, was born. Minus 2,225 1,536 Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556 Yafet, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,204 1,557 Cham, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,203 1,558 Shem, son of Noah, was born. Minus 2,105 1,656 Metushelach died. Minus 2,105 1,656 the great flood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658 Arpachshad, son of Shem, was born.
Yes.
Minus 2068 1,693 Shalach, son of Arpachshad, born. Minus 2038 1,723 son of Peleg, was born. Minus 1942 1,819 Seraph, son of Reu, was born. Minus 1912 1,849 Nacharai, son of Seraph, was born. Minus 1,883 1,878 Terah, son of Nacharai, was born. The forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948 Abraham, son of Terah, was born. Minus 1,803 1958 Sarah, daughter of Haran, was born. Minus 1,788 1973 Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996 dispersion from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1,761 2000 Terah left Ur casting with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 the covenant, Rabbi Habitarum, with Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677 2084 the Akka, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,171 Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1,576 2,185 Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1,574 2,187 Eber, great-grandson of Shem, died. Minus 1,569 2,192 Jacob married Leah and Rachel. Minus 1,566 2,195 Levi, son of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1,562 2,199 Joseph, son of Jacob and Rachel, was born. Minus 1,556 2,205 Jacob left Haran. Minus 1,553 2,208 Benjamin was born. Minus 1,545 2,216 Joseph was sold. Minus 1,533 2,228 Isaac died. Minus 1,532 2,229 Joseph became viceroy of Egypt. Minus 1,526 2,235 Kahat, son of Levi, was born. Minus 1,523 2,238 Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living in Egypt. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,506 2,255 Jacob died. Minus 1,429 2,332 after Levi died. The enslavement in Egypt began. Minus 1,393 2,368 Moses was born. Minus 1,355 2,406 Joshua was born. Minus 1,314 2,447 Moses encountered the burning bush. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation left Egypt. Traveling through the desert. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea. Minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah. Minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets. Minus 1,312 2,449 the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1,312 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1,274 2,487 Agaron and Miriam died. Minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died. Judges and early prophets. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,273 2,488 the Jews crossed the Jordan into Canaan. Minus 1,258 2,503 the appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1,245 2,516 Joshua died. Minus 1,228 2,533 the rule of judges began with Othniel ben Kenaz. Minus 1,188 2,573 Ehud ben Gera became leader. Minus 1,107 2,654 Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1,107 2,654 Deborah became leader. Minus 1,067 2,694 Gideon became leader. Minus 1,027 2,734 Abimelech, son of Gideon, became leader. Minus 1,024 2,737 Tola, son of Hua, became leader. Minus 1,003 2,758 Jahir, the Jalidite, became leader. Minus 982 2,779 Jephthah, Hagiladi, became leader. Minus 969 2,792 Elam, Hazabulonite, became leader. Minus 959 2,802 Abdon ben Hillel became leader. Minus 951 2,810 Samson became leader. Minus 931 2,830 Eli the Cohen became leader. Minus 907 2,854 David was born. Minus 892,871 Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 879 2,882 Saul was appointed king. Minus 877 2,884 David became king of Judah and Hebron. Minus 869 2,892 David became king of Israel in Jerusalem. Minus 837 2,924 Solomon became king. Minus 833 2,928 the building of the first Beit Hamikdash commenced. Minus 827 2,935 the first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797 2,964 Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797 2,964 Rehoboam, son of Solomon, became king of Judah. Minus 797 2,964 Jeroboam ben Nebat became king over Israel. Minus 718 3,043 Elijah went up in a chariot of fire. Minus 677 3,084 Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 619 3,142 Isaiah began his prophecies. Minus 574 3,187 the first two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 566 3,195 another two of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 562 3,199 Ezekiel became king of Judah. Minus 556 3,205 the last of the 10 tribes were exiled. Minus 548 3,213 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. Minus 533 3,228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 463 3,298 Jeremiah began his prophecies. Minus 458 3,303 Josiah renovated the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 442 3,319 Jerusalem was conquered and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 443,321 Joachim burned the Book of Lamentations composed by Jeremiah. Minus 434 3,327 Jerusalem was conquered again and Jehoiakim was exiled. Minus 433,331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 3,332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,336 the final Babylonian siege of Jerusalem. Minus 423 3,338 the walls of Jerusalem were penetrated. Minus 423 3,338 the sacrifices ceased in the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 the first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 423 3,339 Gedaliah ben Achikam was killed. Minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall. Minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. Minus 371 3,390 Zerubbabel led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373 391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 366 3,395 Akashverosh II made his great banquet. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 3,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355 3,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the second Beit Hamikdash resumed. Minus 349 3,412 the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. Building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 348 3,413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3,426 Nehemiah returned to rebuild walls of Jerusalem. Minus 313 3,448 Ezra died. Minus 313 3,448 Simon the Zodiac met Alexander the Great. Minus 313 3,449 Dominion Sharo began. Greek cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273 3,488 Simon the Zodiac died. Minus 246 3,1572 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Shashmanaim. Kingdom of Judea. Dynasty of the Shashmanaim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 139 3,622 Judah the Maccabee ruled. Minus 139 3,622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138 3,623 Hanukkah was declared a festival. Minus 133 3,628 Judah the Maccabee was killed in battle. Minus 133 3,628 son of Mattatyahu ruled. Minus 127 3,634 Shimon, son of Mattatyahu, ruled. Minus 119 3,642 Yohanan Harkanos, son of Shimon, ruled. Minus 93 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 91 3,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Harkanos, ruled. Minus 73 3,688 Queen Shalom Salome Alexandra, wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 65 3,696 Aristobulus II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled /TD. Minus 61 3,700 the Romans gained control of Judea. Minus 61 3,700 Harkanos II, son of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers, the Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36 3,725 Herod ruled, killing all the Shashmanaim. Minus 33 3,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3,742 Herod began rebuilding the second Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11 3,750 renovation of the second Beit Hamikdash was completed. 1 3,761 Archelaus, son of Herod ruled. 8 3,768 Hillel died. 10 3,770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman emperor. 21 3,781 Agrippa, grandson of Herod ruled. 28 3,788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second Beit Hamikdash. 44 3,804 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66 3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69 3,829 the second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74 3,834 Ar Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3,846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Ar Gamliel II. 133 3,893 Bader fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134 3,894 Judaism was banned, and Ar Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3,949 Ar Judah Hanasi completed the mission around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219 3,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254 4014 Ar Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294 4050 Ar Huna was the leading Talmudic authority. 298 4058 Ar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 060 Ar Kista was the leading Talmudic authority. 309 4069 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321 4081 Ar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325 4085 Avei was the leading Talmudic authority. 338 4098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4100 17 Hillel 2. 487 Arashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475 4,235 The Talmud was complete when Ravina II died. The Rabbinin. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 551 4,311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589 4,349 The Talmudic Academy of Pompedita was reconstituted. 609 4,369 The Talmudic Academy of Sura was reconstituted. 614 4,374 The Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614 4,374 The Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4,389 The Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636 4,396 Aritzhak was the last Jayon of Nehardeh, Pirashubur. 637 4,397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645 4,405 One of the Tekhanah Agenum was enacted at this time. 755 4,515 RKJL left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759 4,519 Ar Yehuda became Jayon of Surah. 759 4,519 Halach Abidalah, VA Hag, was written at this time. 788 4,548 Another of the Tekhanah Agenum was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 Aramru, who wrote the Siddur, became Jayon of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi Nusayadiah was appointed Jayon of Surah. 955 4,715 Four captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4,728 Arsheru became Jayon of Pompedita. 997 4,757 Arhai became, the last, Jayon of Pompedita. 1,038 4,798 Arhai died. And the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,044,800 Rabbi Nujersamir Hagola died. 1,088 4,848 The river arrived in Spain from Morocco. 1,096 4,856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 The Rik died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died. And the era of the Tosafot began. 1,135 4,895 The Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,144 4,904 The first, recorded, blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 The Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi Nutam was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 The Rambams and the Radex families left Cordoba. 1,165 4,925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi Nutam died. 1,175 4,935 The Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 The young son of the Ari was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Ar Yaakov d'Orleans was killed in London. 1,190 4,950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade. 1,191 4,951 Rabbi David Kimchi, known as the Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,954 The Ramban. 1,198 4,959 The Ariavid died. 1,204 4,965 The Rambam died. 1,236 4,006 rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 A massive burning of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 The Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 The Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,270 5,030 The Ramban died. 1,286 5,046 The Maher Amir Rothenberg was imprisoned. 1,295,050 new works advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,295,050 The era of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim. Persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 All Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 The Maher Amir Rothenberg died in prison. 1,298 5,058 The Rhine Fleisch massacres began. 1,298 5,058 The author of the Mordecai and Haggadah Maimonides were killed. 1,305 5,065 The Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 The Rosh and his son, the Tur, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 All Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 The Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Posteros Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 The Rosh died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the armed letter bands. 1,338 5,098 The Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 The Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 The Rabbi, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred. Many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 The Rabbi and Rashbats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 The final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 Joseph Alba was in Options. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Gezerre. 1,475 5,235 The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481 5,241 The Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488 5,248 Obadiah de Berganora settled in Jerusalem. 1,491 5,251 Columbus consulted Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1,492 5,252 All Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493 5,253 Yitzhak Barbanel arrived in Naples. From Spain. 1,496 5,257 All Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516 5,276 The Yaakov was printed. 1,516 5,276 The Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Yisrael. 1,525 5,285 Yosef Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553 5,314 A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563 5,323 The Shulchan Aruch was completed by Yosef Karo. 1,575 5,330 The Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama. 1,572 5,332 The Arizal died in Spet. 1,573 5,333 The Maharal came to Prague. 1,573 5,334 The Maharshal died. 1,575 5,335 Yosef Karo died in Safat. 1,599 5,359 The Maharal returned to Prague again. 1,614 5,374 The Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin. 1,616 5,377 The Tosafot Yom Tov commentary was concluded. 1,621 5,382 The Shalom arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629 5,389 Yom Tov Litvin Heller was imprisoned in Prague. 1,645,400 Noel serves. The Bach died. 1,646 5,406 The Shach and Taz, on Shulchan Aruch, were printed. 1,648 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel Maki's forces. Early Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654 5,414 The first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655 5,415 Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656 5,416 Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. 1,673 5,433 The Magen Avraham, on Shulchan Aruch, was completed. 1,676 5,437 Shabtai Tzvi died as a Muslim. 1,689 5,449 Beit Shmuel, on the Shulchan Aruch, was printed. 1,698 5,458 Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702 5,463 The Nehemiah Yahushua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712 5,472 The Sittei Chachamim was arrested. 1,724 5,484 Bardot Yaakov Kulai, Miam Loizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727 5,487 Misha Elimelech died. 1,734 5,494 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. The Karanim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741 5,501 Eor Hashayim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747 5,507 are Moshe Chaim Luzatov, Runkle, died in Echo, Acre. 1,755 5,510 are Jonathan Ibescuds became rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754 5,515 are Yechezkel Landau, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became rabbi in Prague. 1,757 5,518 the Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1,759 5,519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,765 5,520 the Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764 5,524 the Council of Four Lands, known as the Bayat Arba Herzog, was discontinued. 1,768 5,528 despite resistance. The Haidamachs massacred thousands. 1,772 5,532 the Maggid of Missouri died. 1,782 5,542 are Ann Adler and Chatham Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1,786 5,546 are Elimelech of Lizans died. 1,791 5,551 the Pale of Settlement was established in Russia. 1,793 5,553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1,797 5,558 of Ilnajian died. 1,798 5,559 Bal Hahanya was released from first imprisonment. 1,799 5,559 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1,806 5,566 the Judah, Arham Yosef David Echelon, died. 1,806 5,566 the Chatham Sofer became rabbi in Presby. 1,809 5,570 are Levi Yitzhak Berdijef died. 1,810 5,571 are Nachman of Breslov died. 1,814 5,574 are Akiva Eger became rabbi in Posen. 1,814 5,575 Koznitzer Maggid and Yehudi of Peshizka. Both died. 1,815 5,575 Joseph of Lublin and Armendel of Rimanov both died. 1,819 5,579 anti-Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1,827 5,587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1,845,600 Ardat Yisrael of Rosen was released from imprisonment. Later Karanim and the Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,843 5,603 the Tzemach Tzedek of Lubavitch was repeatedly arrested in Russia. 1,846 5,606 Sir Moshe Montefiore visited Russia to help local Jews. 1,848 5,609 are Yisrael Salander left building. 1,851 5,611 are Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became rabbi in Frankfurt am Main. 1,859 5,619 are Menachem Mendel of Kotsk died. 1,864 5,624 the Malbu was imprisoned, and then expelled from Romania. 1,866 5,626 Judashe Harum, Tiferet Shlomo, and Tzemach Tzedek died. 1,873 5,633 the Chafetz was published. 1,874 5,634 the Minchat Chinook died. 1,878 5,638 Petatikva agricultural settlement was established. 1,881 5,641 many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of pogroms. 1,886 5,646 are Shlomo Gans Fry, author of Keatzer Shul Jan Aruch, died. 1,892 5,652 are Chaim Brisker, became rabbi in Brisk. 1905 5,665 the Sfat Emet died. 1905 5,665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911 5,671 Chazanish was published. 1914 5,674 over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918 5,678 over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923 5,684 the Daphan study cycle commenced. 1927 5,687 the 6th Lubavitcher was released from Soviet prison. 1938 5,699 Jews were attacked in the Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews. 1941 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941 5,701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponary. 1942 5,702 400,000 Jews of Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943 5,703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943 5,703 the remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943 5,703 Jewish uprisings at Treblinka, Sobibor, and Bialystok. 1943 5,703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered. And World War II ended. 1945 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947 5,707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947 5,708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948 5,708 the State of Israel was established. 1948 5,708 Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949 5,709 the War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950 5,710 all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950 5,710 almost all Jews of Yemen emigrated to Israel. 1951 5,711 the Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956 5,717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967 5,727 the Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Tefillin campaign. 1967 5,727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5,734 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974 5,734 established the Shabbat Candle Campaign. 1982 5,742 massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987 5,746 the first international conference of Chabad Lubavitch emissaries. 1993 5,753 a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994 5,754 the Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008 5,767 deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad house in Mumbai, India, kill 6. 2020 5,780 Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco.
Are you gonna play on the board? You got flipped up. Well, Shema. Good. They got the
Memorial Day.
basically has a bring me on smoke.
The story is true.
Nobody told the smoke, guys. That's all.
Decided to spend some of their retirement aboard their boat. Why is
Well, that's easy.
over boat?
25.
And the dad maybe, or the husband maybe, took his cocktails.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back. Let's just jump right in, right? So the first thing we should do is do a bit of a recap on apocalyptic Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, apocalyptic Judaism really emerged in the turmoil of the period after the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE, and then really taking its form in the period after the Judahites are allowed to return to their homeland beginning in 537 BCE. And it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to wipe them out. Well, they weren't all wiped out. And so that's a theological problem, right? We have a sort of a threat that, I remember my mom sometimes telling me, I brought you into this world and I'll take you out of it. And then I did something bad and she did take me out of it. And I'm like, I might have called your bluff, Mom. I don't recommend you do that. But, well, that kind of happened with the Israelites, right? God threatened, look, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it. And God didn't. So what do we do theologically with that? And what ends up happening and what ends up emerging is a new kind of theology and a new kind of interaction with the Israelite God. And so rather than the Israelite God communicating orally to prophets, what we have is a shift in the theology where rather than communicating orally, right, what we have is God communicating visually, right? God is showing the Israelites various kinds of things. And the biggest, perhaps the most important thing that God is showing to the Israelites is that there's a plan, that everything that's happening is planned. There is a reason why you're suffering the way that you're suffering. There's a reason why wicked people seem to triumph. There's a reason why you've been returned to your homeland after being conquered by the Babylonians. There's a reason why the Romans, you had independence for a while, and now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypticists, there is a plan. And typically, right, other things that the apocalyptic literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. And there's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes in a special garden, and some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. So there are several competing theories about the origin of evil, and of course also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious, in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future end of the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So those are slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. And as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back just a couple slides here, right, and you can remember here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right? And then, of course, we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount of literature. And I think, as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature and compare it to the actual surviving literature of the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Much of which was lost for a long period of time, actually. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. But of course, also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books sort of stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch. There are actually 3, right? We have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Enoch. So in the Enoch literature alone, 1st Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course 2nd and 3rd Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in encoded language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to describe the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this intense idea that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that these writers are describing things happening in their own day, as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research. But the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent or being a kind of critical literature in the sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register. It's happening in a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, right, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. In fact, one might even describe Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? It sort of got escape velocity and shot off of Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well. Organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism, perhaps second to the Christians, would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, though they were probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple different battles. So it didn't work out for them. Right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in proto-rabbinic and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. We'll get to why that is a bit more this evening, and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive into rabbinic Judaism and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is the rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is survival. Their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so what the rabbis are concerned about isn't, right, this final battle with with evil. They're really concerned with how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics. That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not about theological clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out, try to pick a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, and you might get massacred. Those kinds of theologies, exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right? After the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are trying to keep the situation going are not impressed with that anymore, right? After the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed, right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Sharingo, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiahs often lead their people into great peril, and it can lead to all kinds of problems. By the way, Jesus wouldn't be the first nor the last Messiah. There have been a lot of Messiahs that come and go. And they typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that the Jesus movement did. So the proto-rabbinical organizations, the proto-rabbinical movement was not very copacetic to the rise of the apocalyptic form of Judaism. So again, if you have questions there in the chat, I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or digging deeper into whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive in the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkava mysticism, Merkava chariot mysticism. And we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how, well, completely weird it is, because, of course, it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, theophany, the idea that God appears to people, was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a kind of claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion and then Judaism. This is an idea that survived all the way to this day, and one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it is as exists. So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God could even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right, you're going to do this and I'll do this and we'll make a deal, right? We'll make a brit. We will cut a covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people or peoples in the case of the collective Israelite state. And so this idea that God can show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite worldview. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel is going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens, or show you around the cosmos, show you around the throne of God, show you the underworld even, right? Enoch even gets tours of the underworld, the bad place you don't want to go when you die. And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive recording it, rather they go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, the main two events in which this happens in the literature, and at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going to go down. What I should say is that the angels are the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypticist or the prophet are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. It's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even baby-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. Some 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covered in eyes that rotate around each other in weird ways. People have even said things that this may be a bow or something. Who knows? There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged that have various kinds of wings and the shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They are very, very, very unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the Chayot, right? The ones that are alive, or the Cherubim, or the Ophanim. That's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So biblical angels or biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance. Israelite angels don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old, what Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels and otherwise, demons in some cases. And you ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away, right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that is never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are 2 characters that are said to never have died. Now, this will end up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right, and that dome is full of water, right, and it rains down, or hails down, or rains down, right, and God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat to some degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. So these are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world. And the old Israelite conception of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. So, right, what we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature, and if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, the rabbis ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this ascent? And we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent through the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. And I can teach you how to do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply revealing what Enoch experienced to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, The other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right? This is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkabah, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice the word Ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something. Right? You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journeying. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkabah literature. The word Merkabah is the Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scope back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin, let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wings, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? It's God has a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkabah mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne room of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot because you can get around, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hechalot literature. A Hechal in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hechalot literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. All right, it's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hechalot literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne room of God. This is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer of the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings who are, sinful or whatever, should be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals would be represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels. And also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seal, you have to know passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. Some like secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. And in fact, there are even cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected because I went in there and I set that passcode and they almost, there's a famous line in Hechalot Rabbati where one of the rabbis says, that angel almost shucked me like a piece of wheat. Right, so there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent, right, through the palaces ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which is results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkabah literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they are transformed into angelic-like beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. Again, you can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so. That's part of what makes this literature so shocking. Further, even more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kinda. God in this literature does have a body, and God's body can be measured. God's body can be measured. And typically this subform of Merkabah literature is called Shiur Koma, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you're allowed to measure the body of God and meditate on the dimensions of the divine body. So I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this and how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea of the kind of techniques that they may have used in order to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written. They are intentionally trying to be perhaps provocative. And what we get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, and there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Merkabah mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkabah. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like, it's like Peter Pan, right? Second star on the right, straight on till morning, right? That you should go up toward the divine world. The Merkabah mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo, that you don't describe the ascent because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend. For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barach, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die. And if you read it in translation, it'll always say curse God, because the word there is being used in a kind of unusual way. So that may be why, that you descend to the throne as opposed to ascending. But we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hechalot or Merkabah literature, Enoch, First Enoch, is often described as is typically described as an apocalyptic a piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature, along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in the Merkabah literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hechalot Zutarti, and this is the lesser palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkabah literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. we have the Hechelot Rabbati, which is the longest text of the Hechelot literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkavah, the account of the chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent, so it's largely Merkavah poetry. We also have the Sefer Hechelot, the Book of the Palaces. This is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron, with the whole sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only is Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there could be two gods is going to prove to be very, very dangerous and heretical idea in Judaism, but this idea was in the air during the Merkabah mystics, and so even Merkabah mysticism at some level challenged straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so sacrosanct in Judaism, but at least in Third Enoch and some other texts, the idea of a completely unified monotheism is disruptive, right? It's disruptive. And there's some ideas that even the Trinity may have emerged as may have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, a lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are disrupted by some of these mystical ideas. One of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, a lesser Yahweh, and that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text, Shiur Koma. And Shiur Koma is a separate piece of literature in which, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called the Parasat. We'll talk more about that in just a minute. I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shiur Koma. This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century, right around the 2nd century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s, 160s. Now, why? We don't know. Why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi Akiva was martyred during the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have, people felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for descending into the throne room of God allowed perhaps them to connect with God in a new way. It's not clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages, and there are Hechelot texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb a lot of these texts, and they will survive into this literature. Just FYI, we have about 50 manuscripts of this literature that have survived from antiquity, dating back all the way back to the Cairo Giza. So we have a lot of this literature, right? A lot of this, which again, typically, right, we take whatever survived, and that gives us some sense of how popular something was. 50 manuscripts is not nothing, right? No, they're not all complete, they're not all in great shape, but the fact that there are 50 of these manuscripts that have survived, some of which survived all the way from Palestine or Babylon. They were moved across North Africa. They were absorbed into the European context. That shows you that this literature is being copied, it's being appreciated, it's being admired. But it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating it survives in so many manuscripts. We think that the way this literature was formed, and this is a going theory right now, most literature, by the way, should also mention, is in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular. What we think happened is that there are smaller phenomenological units. Phenomenology is the $4 word that means experience, right? These people are having experiences. They're recording those experiences. Those experiences are what we call microforms. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven. right? I might go to the third one, you might go to the second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together into what we call macroforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms to form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized, and we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels, and we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them, and they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot has been made about that the writers of these texts are imagine a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us date some of this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain time period. So what we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way, and the texts that we have now are those final literary forms in the form of the Hechel Zatarti or the Hechel of Rabbi. So we're fairly confident. The leading scholars in the field of this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various schools of mysticism that are produced in a literary way over the course, perhaps, of several centuries. And as I mentioned, what we have in this literature are accounts of heavenly journeys, or accounts of journeys through the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts means, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? So you would descend into a palace. There'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name, and the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level, right? And then you would encounter several other angels, and you have to know various kinds of secret codes, or it's like sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be enough to know their name. You might have to bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices. But next week we'll be getting into Jewish magic, and we'll see some of these angelic seals, these angelic magical passcodes. And what you would do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world. And this would almost always result in a mystical vision. And downstream of that mystical vision, there would be a poem written, right, describing what you saw. So most of this literature is sections describing the structure of the divine world, lots of passcodes and named angelic names, and then hymns, right, describing what they saw, what they experienced, etc. So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into the Orthodox liturgy, especially around the high holidays. So if you've ever been to a Rosh Hashanah service or a Yom Kippur service, in the traditional liturgy, there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkavah hymns in there, and you might immediately know why, right? Because think about what's happening on Yom Kippur, right? You are literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are entering the gates of the divine palace, and it has a very Merkavah feel to it, if you want to frame it that way, which I think would be a cool way of framing one's Yom Kippur experience as kind of approaching the gates of the divine realm and kind of, being threatened, right? It's terrifying. God can judge you, and God can kill you. God's just figuring out what's going to happen. So it has a very kind of Merkavah feel to it. I can pull some of those hymns up maybe next time. The most famous example of one of these hymns, one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the Merkavah mystics, is the account of the four that entered the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. but typically the most famous version is found in Babylonian Talmud tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found at section 14b. What we have here is an account of 4 different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. If you can imagine, it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, who's a is a typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say it's water, because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something that will weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the palace. Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, maybe that's water. No, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And if he would have gotten it wrong, he could have suffered this fate as well. Well, what we're told in the story is that 4 of them go into the Pardes, and only 3 of them, or only 1 of them really emerges successful. One of them insane. In fact, he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him, and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you, and Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? And it says, he's outside, right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma, and he's never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very advanced mystic, and he was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, and there is no sitting for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are 2 powers in heaven. There are 2 gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these 2 beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this 2 beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shoots, or he severed the reeds. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which will refer to him simply as Acher, the other one. They won't even name him anymore. He's become such a heretic. And there are all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature where the Acher, Elisha ben Abuya, doesn't even try to perform Jewish law anymore because he knows he's condemned. He knows that he will never get into the world to come. In fact, when it says that when he died, smoke rose out of his grave. He was already being punished in his grave in the afterlife. So he was punished already as soon as he died. What's interesting in the Talmud is that Metatron, remember the angel that was actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as punishment for sitting on the throne of God. And he's whipped, right? He's actually given lashes. And the phrase for the lashes is pulse de nora. He's given lashes of fire. And this idea of lashes of fire will actually go in to become a form of Jewish death magic later on later on. It's not really in the Middle Ages, it's a little later than that. And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic, that there's an idea that you can actually call the angel of death to audit someone's sins, and if there is a significant sin found, you can actually they will be killed. Right? They will be punished with the pulsa denora, the pulse denora, and one of the first times we have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes is this angel, Metatron, being whipped with fiery lashes by the angel Gabriel. So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels. You got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis are pretty concerned about this whole business. And, again, there's the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman in all this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way, although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded and people end up going crazy and dying. Perhaps the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the third heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of Merkabah literature, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself, right now he says, I know a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some kind of Merkabah practitioner, and it may be the case that his vision of the resurrected Jesus, right, on the road to Damascus, it may have been part of some kind of Merkabah experience, right, that he's seeing something. And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into these various heavens, he may himself been a practitioner of this form of mysticism, and it perhaps if a very famous rabbi can see two powers in heaven, it's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps what he was seeing, the resurrected Jesus, was also a kind of God too, right? That we have two gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ, and we have the Father, right? That's two powers in heaven. Now we get the Holy Spirit later as well, of course, but this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism, and that when we see the notions of that Christ could be God and the Father could be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was possible, right? Now, I say possible, I don't say acceptable, because the rabbis really had problems with that, but it's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? It's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on, perhaps most shocking, and I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shiur Koma literature, where in some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer or psalm, and that's how many of the texts end. In some texts, you sit on the divine throne and you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls a suke somatic, right? A spiritual body. That when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. Paul just takes them in a direction that would have been a little alarming to many rabbinical people at the time. But something like that also happens in the Merkabah literature, where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body, and that's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body, or you're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasang. Now, they picked the parasang because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right, and you measure things in cubit. And typically it was standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasang was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, we would say about 3.5 miles, right? So about 3.5 miles. what we get in the Shiur Koma literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shiur Koma. Right, so we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right. So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now you might be curious about why we have it spelled AZRYYH. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, it'll be Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right now, you might be asking, well, why didn't you translate it out? Well, the simple answer is we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. There's some kind of unusual mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they are said to have magical power. And these sacra nomina, these holy words, they're going to be a power. And already in the Shiur Koma literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of Hebrew characters, but no one knows what these characters mean. People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. And sometimes we do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. You have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right? It's called this, and there are sparks that issue from them, right? And that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye, we have the name for it. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So the white of God's eye measures 10,002 parasangs. That's it, right? You can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is, but you're talking about tens of thousands of parasangs long. And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder is 16,000, 10,000 parasangs. So again, an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name, it also has another name, right? And you can see that there are alternate readings here. The text goes on and on and on like this. God's beard, I think, is 10,000 or something parasangs long, if you're curious. The distance between God's eyebrows is given, right? The distance between God's nostrils is given. The distance of God's usually long are actually given as well. I taught a Jewish Muslim class at an art college once, which is great because art students they're weird, they're great. But one of the things that one of the students did actually was go into CAD, design program, and actually mapped out what God's body looks like. And what's weird is that God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really weirdly long, and God's trunk is small, but God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy looking creature. I'll have to dig out for the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was he compiled every single one and tried to make it so that God, and God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, right, have you ever seen the stereotypical picture of like a gray alien? He kind of looks like that, right? Of course, that's Christopher the Middle of all the, alien people, alien conspiracy theory people, whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages of this stuff, right? With all kinds of dimensions of God's body. Now, when this literature was published back in, we don't know exactly when it was published, but when it begins to emerge and we find it into the Middle Ages, one of the probably people that's reading this and thinking to themselves, this is terrible, is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the guide to the reflect. If you've ever had the pleasure or the punishment of having to read the guide to the reflex, right? Because it's just as likely to reflect you than help you. One of the things that's true about it is that one of the main theses of the guide to the reflex is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body, God's hand, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes through every single time the Bible describes God as having a body and shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely Menachem Kilner has written a book about this, where Menachem Kilner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written was written to combat Merkava mysticism and Shior Kama mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because if people are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasts for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism, and this is called the Sar Torah mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkava mysticism, and in fact, it might not even be Merkava mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkava text. So there'll be a Merkava text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkava text. In this literature, we generally refer to as the Sar Torah mysticism. Sar Torah mysticism is unlike the Merkava mysticism, where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sar Torah mysticism, you actually summon an angel, right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon that angel, and that angel is called the Sar Torah. Sar Torah means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you. So notice here again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing a being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sar Torah comes to you, and the Sar Torah teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So the mechanism by which you summon this angel or varied, there's a lot of different accounts of how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having an experience, but it looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning them. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something, here, of course, you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of teaching you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive in the medieval period, and is going to be an entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the Merkava literature, where you are, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it, because it's a lot. So this Sar Torah literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that is where we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up with the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and then we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkava or the Hechelite mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism, but the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, And it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages, right? All the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkava, Hechelo literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later and has only lived in practice for about 800 years. I'm not saying only 800 years, correct? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000, perhaps. So it's only the next couple hundred years that Kabbalah will laugh at mysticism, right? Will laugh at it. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to suggest readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Hechela literature and the Merkava literature. One of the texts I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is a really great study of the Sartora mysticism. It's a definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel to teach you things very rapidly. The problem with the Merkava literature is that it's all published through the academic publisher Brill, and it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. If you want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechelo Rabbi online, so if you really want to get into them, and I can include them, and I can include them later if folks want me to jump out and grab a link, I'll put it in the chat. If you really want to read some of this Merkava literature, but I've included some links here for various studies of both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can include a link to, I can jump out at this moment when I do some questions and answers. I can jump out and grab a couple of links to folks if you want to check out the Shiur Koma, the measurement of mysticism, or the Hechelo Rabbi, the largest text of the Merkava tradition. So, now this week, right, we have a bridge, and that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic, and Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when you talk about Kabbalah Ma'asit, right, Kabbalah Ma'asit is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just a code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, which is weirdly enough like 3 days from now, on Wednesday, and we will pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sled. Thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
לא שזה לא קרה, זה קורה, כן? קורה כל יום. אז עכשיו הוא יודע מה היה. האם הוא נכנס למצוות? משהו על האף? או שהוא קרה אחר, הוא צורם. כל היום. אז כנראה, אני לא יודע. ודאי, שוודאי זה מה שהוא צורם אחר. והאם זה קרה לפני, אני לא יודע. טוב, all of these, all of those. בסרט דוד זה חצי. רבי שלצד זה בו זה ימים כל היום. צובע כל היום. אז אפשר לקנות את זה בסגיעה שלושה חגים. זה לא התחיל. אז אולי רוב... כשהוא בבוקר לי שלא היה אליי כלום. אם הוא ראה בהפרה, הוא הסתכל ברואים, הוא רואה שהוא לא היה לו. אז זה בסדר, אז הוא קבל, ולא היה לו תקציציה. והאוכל הזה ועדי טוב, אבל מה שוודאי, מה... ודאי, שום טוב. היה כאן ועד היציאה. סוף וגם שוגנב. ויש כאן ספק, האם היה רוצה. זה בלעף או לא? ובעוז יש סוף וזה רואים בני ועדה. כאן אנחנו אומרים שאולי הצבע היה במקום באף שהוא נכנס למקווה, זה הספק, וזה מוציא את המדי שהוא טבען. ואנחנו אומרים שהוא לא טבען. התפילה שלו לא מחשב תפילה. אז הספק מוציא מהוועדה. זה אצלנו הספק של הפגימה שקרה. שזה יוציא ויגיד שזה לא היה שפיטה טובה, זה באמת קרה מאור ולא מעצמות שלך. אומר לגמור שאני עושה מגלמי מהחם להתקבל להכניס סוי, והוא לא יתרבה. אבל הגמרא תלך, הלוך חזור עד שנגיע לנקודה. קודם כל, בוא נגיד, גם היה תמר, הוא הלך ללוויה, הוא חזר ושהוא תמר. אז מה פתאום שנגיד שהתחילה הייתה טובה? זה לא כדי אבי, תגידו אותו דבר. ואמא מסגור סוף, ואמא לא נשתור. אנחנו קוראים לבן ואמא לבן אדם. הבן אדם היה תמר לפני שהוא נוסע למקרה, ואמא איזו. תדע, שורה לפני שנשחק, אז אותו חזוק ימשיך לשניהם. לא, יש לך טלפוניה פה, אבל עובדה ששחט אותו. הוא נשחק. הוא חזק, אני טוב על כל, אבל תכלס גם הוא ממש במקרה. אז מה לא? או, ניסים את זה בריבוסו. בואי ולעצר, יש לו רק לו צור עליו. אז נגיד אותו בריבוסו, גם על הקיר. יש לו דם. שוב, לא יודע. או, סוף, סעקי ישראל. אם לא ישראל. זה משהו חיצוני. יש לך גם בימה שחוטה. וגם, הלאוס, מה שאנחנו מסתכלים על זה בתור, הבעיה זה בסכין, לא בבימה. יש לך בימה שחוטה, בסטויבל, הכובד עצמו על האף שלו, יש לו צפס. כאן הפגם זה לצקים משהו צדדי. לא על הברימה. מייסבור. עכשיו שאלה לא אוהלו, רבו אליסה. לא כולם, כמו שבאנגלית ידעו את זה. שאלה, מישהו באמת יודע טוב, בבקשה לא לענות. אתה יודע. אבל זה לנחש, רק כדי שמנחשים. לעוף יש גם קנה ובשת, כן? הנה תמונה, קנה ובשת. כן? היא גם צריכה לנשם כמו בימה, וגם צריכה לאכול. הקנה והבשת. ובמה למדנו שצריכים לשחוט את הרוב הסימנים. רוב הסימנים. כמה מהסימנים צריכים לשחוט? כל מהעוף. אם אמרת את זה, זה אומר, שאתה יודע, אתה לא מרחש. אז התירוץ, מישהו יודע, מישהו רוצה לנחש? התירוץ זה שבאופן רק צילום שכל אחד מתוך שתיים. רק אחד, לא צריכים לשחוט שתיים. כולם ידעו את זה? כולם ידעו, ולכן אף אחד לא מנח. איזה תשמע. לא, עכשיו זה מאוד קשה להגיע לבשת. לא יאומן, מה שקורה בטלסטון. וואו. וואי. כנראה שאין מה לעשות בטסטו במוצאי שבת, אין שם פיצה, אין שם שום דבר, באים למות טיילר. וואי, מה? איפה אמרו בעצמו? ביגי, צריך מקום יותר גדול. הסיבה שאין יותר אנשים, כי פשוט אין מקום לשבת שם. זה לא נראה, אנחנו רואים את זה, לא מבינים, איפה להביא? קריצה. אפשר לראות את זה כל הלילה. אל תגיד לי שיש לנו 2 מקומות וזהו. מה קורה באילת במוצאי שבת? זה יותר רוצה לראות. בסדר. צריכים הלאה. זה חוץ לארץ. חוץ לארץ. וואו. אוקיי. something more. איפה אנחנו עושים? פייסבק. שוקה. צבשת. כן, הייתי רוצה להגיד לך, לא זוכר מה הייתי מאוד גם סיימתי. קשה להגיע לפק שלפני הקנה, כי הקנה הוא חיצוני, הנה, תסתכלו על התמונה. כן? אתה צריך לדלק איכשהו, אבל אני מדמיין לעצמי שחד. הנה, נראה עוד שנייה. שוחד לספשת. כן, אז אתה מלא את זה כזה. שוחד לספשת. שחטת את הפשט, שזה בעצם הצינור האדום הזה, זה לא. ואז כך נשמתו הגלגל, שזה לא הוא שחט את זה, וזה פשוט תפץ החוצה, בוא נראה מי יש לו את זה? נשמע, איזה יופי. נו, אז מה? זה טוב או לא טוב? למה שזה לא יהיה טוב? מספיק אחד, הוא עושה אחד, אז הוא עושה זה גמור. מה שזה קפץ אחר, זה לא בעיה. זה לא אכפת לי. אתה לא צריך, לא אכפת לנו מה קנה בכלל. אם הוא שחט את הפשט, אז מספיק. זמן אחד קשר. אז לכן הגמרא אומרת, כתוב בברייסט שלי. נשמתו הגרגרס, הבעל, נצפור, הוא קפץ, אז מה, זה עכשיו שליחות? הוא לא יכול לרצות. ואחר כך, שוחד הספשת, אחר כך שחטת את הפשט, פסול לו. ודאי שזה פסול, שחטת משהו טרף לגמרי. שוחד הספשת, ונמצא גם גרש שמותו, מה קורה אם אתה לא יודע? אתה שחטת סימן אחד. ופתאום אתה מסתכל בפנים, אתה רואה שזה בכלל לא עוד קשור, משהו קפץ שם. מתי? האם זה השתחרר, נשמע לפני השליטה בארץ, ממש טרף, או שגירה אחת, זה קשר. זהו, מה יעשה? בואו, הוא קושר במשקיט לפה. רגע, זה סיפור. ואמרו שמה שזה פסול. היה כזה סיפור, ופסקו שבגלל שזה ספק, זה פסול. עכשיו, רוצה לגמור להם. תגיד, למורה, זה היה לה שלח אותו. כל סוף משחית לעצמי, מה, אליו לעצמי, גם אנשים משחקים בגור. מה זה משחקים בגור, זה פסול. יש לך שאלה בשחית, אז בוא נעשה לכל. מה שיש לנו ספק שבסוף לא יעשוי ספק שור ספק טוב. לא, זה סכין, זה בסדר, זה לא בעיה. אבל אם השופט אומר שהסעלה לא יותר עשיתי ככה, לא חזור. כל מה שעשיתי ככה וחלמתי, ואחר כך עשיתי סופק שיר, פסול. אז זה נכון הוא פסול. ואני רוצה לבדו בוא נראה מה זה. תעשייה שמה. אוקיי? סוגיה אחרת. זה אבל למה לא כתוב על זה? כן. אוקיי, כולנו מאוד מאוד יפים. זו גימו. שוב כזה דבר, אמר. שוב כזה דבר. איפה אנחנו? וואלה, אז הוא יהיה לא לעשוי סורישון אותו. הוא מה יש לו? עושה מומד הגמור מגיש. טוב נפקים מן העושה מסביב לבוגרים זה מבהימו. כמו שאנחנו עכשיו אמרנו, הגמור רק מסבירה, כשנולד לספק ברמה בעצמה, אז זה בעייתי. אוכל, סכין לסרוי, גם אם לא יצרוי, אבל אצלנו הסכין, משהו קרה הסכין, זה לא קשור לבמה, ובאמת זה אפשר להגיע. למרות אני רוצה לסבר זה סיפור שלא קשור כלל לדף. זה קרה לי בערב שעה בסקוידוש. עשר שעות. קשר אליי רובי צ'ייק, אומר לי שהיה המקצים, ככה אומרים לי, אז אני מבין, מה קרה? מישהו החליק את הצלע שלך באש, וכמה קומות. ואולי בכל הבניין, שלא רק זה, הם הפכו אחרים בבניין הזה. ופתחו גם. ואני יודע שיש מפעילות בבניין, אם אנחנו נבדוק, הנה נכנס, נמצא. אנחנו נעבור. זה פשוט. ואני מאוד מאוד לחוץ בדבר שעבס, אבל אני לא אוהב להגיד את זה. בואו נתפוס את הקריירת הזה, לא יודע מה. והיא אומר לי בדיוק איזה שעה זה, אומר לי ממש קורה שעה. ולא, זה לא קשור לסוגיה, אני אומר, מה יעשה גם בשביל לשמוע את שעה בסופו של דבר? אולי איזה תלך. בעצם אני צריך להגיד לסיפור הזה לאליה, זה נראה שאומר הסיפור. טוב, אני מסתכל ואני רוצה בן אדם כמו פה מסוים, לפי שלש. כל המשנה, שעשינו גם. ואפשר לראות, ורובן, ככה הוא הצביע לו, שלא היה מים על הרצפה שלו. לא נכנס למים. וארבע דקות אחר כך. הבן אדם רץ ונרץ, יש מים. עכשיו, אנחנו לא מכירים את הבן אדם. טוב. זה מה ששכונות, שלחנו. אבל אני מקווה שאני חושב לעצמי, זה לי סגש את הבן. אני הולך לשם, אני הולך לדבר על זה. אני לא ישר פה, אני שומע. זה, לא איזה חד היה. אני לא נותן את השם שלו, וזה, ואז אני שואל פה, נכנס לבניין שלי, ולי כן, וואו, הוא יתחיש, וזה נראה לכמה, ואז הוא נכנס. טוב, אני אתפוס אותו, ואני אביא את המשטרה, אולי יעשו איזה... משהו, איזה זץ, בשביל זה. אחרי... אז אחרי מעייף, אני הולך לבקר את השכן שלי, מסבירים מתפילה, חיבינו את המתפילה של הפילה. כדי, בשבוע באו אנשים לשטוף את הבניין, הדליקו את המים, ולא היה מים, אז השאירו את זה במצב פתוח. עכשיו אני מתקשר לגנן, ואני אומר לגנן, תפתח את המים. כי זה שהולך לעבור, אז הוא פתח את המים, אבל יש פתח את המים, אז כל הצילם. כל הבניין, וגם הבניין ליד, אותו דבר. זה לא קשור, אותו בן אדם. עכשיו היה את המדרגות שאני רציתי לעבור. זה לא קשור בכלל. זה דמק אבסוס, זה פשוט, זה לא קשור בזה. הוא בא לבקר מישהו. הוא יכול להיות שהוא ברח מהבניין מהר, כי זה מים וזהו, לא זה מעזק. אבל זה פשוט, בגלל שלא פגש את הבן אדם לדבר פה, נס. לכן אני הייתי עכשיו בצוע באיזשהו מקום. אני מסתכל עליהם, מה אתה מדבר? מה אתה מדבר? תדבר עכשיו, וכפי שהוא מדבר, אני הזכרתי שהשבוע חיברו לנו את המים בפתוח. ואני הולך לכל מיני ושאלת את זה מצב כי לא היה מים, שפכתי לרחבות. זה ממש מה שקרה שם. אתם מסביר את הסוף. אתם רואים שזה קשור לסוגיה גם.
Don't do it in a motel. Learn that here. You go to a hospital to get your butt implants or your injections. Everyone dies when they get it done at a Motel 6.
When you're going for dentistry also, make sure that your dentist is a dentist. There was a woman in Miami, Florida, Miami Gardens specifically, arrested this week. Deputies discovered a fully operational dental office inside her home. According to the arrest report, Maria del Carmen Fontaine, that's a lot of names, taken into custody following a cover investigation. How, if you've ever worked under police, who volunteers for
Hey, what's up, bro?
Hey, how are you, Anthony? I'm Rabbi. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Excellent. So I know that you said in your messages we're just kind of being informal, getting to know each other, which is absolutely fine. How's your day going?
It's going pretty good, man. A little busy. I got some stuff on the pit right now from Memorial Day that we're cooking.
Oh, what do you have in particular?
Some ribs, some chicken, stuff like that.
Excellent. Good stuff. Very, very well. Firstly, I appreciate you responding to my email. And as you may or may not know, I stream my life 24/7, 365.
Yes,
I've been
saw
doing
that.
I've been doing so for almost 5 years. So I have the world's largest compendium of data in global history. I should make you aware as well that I'm live streaming right now. If that's okay.
Okay.
And
That's fine.
and basically, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I have not.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. So The Truman Show is a movie from the 1990s starring Jim Carrey, where his entire life is on camera 24/7. And the only real difference between his life and mine is that I know that it's happening. And essentially, what I'm doing is archiving history. And this is very important to me, and I think will be important to the history of the future generations of the world, because I am really creating a timeline or a time capsule of human events. 24 hours a day, I keep a radio in the background that is archiving all the world's news. And so you can literally go back to any moment of any day of my life, essentially for the last 4 years since the pandemic, and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in history. So things that we've seen are like the death of Queen Elizabeth, the birth of AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022, and we saw its launch in November 3rd on November 30th, 2022. And I've been able to see the way that AI has changed society, in the coming years, and it's quite an undertaking. I have perhaps more data archived on the internet than any person ever, perhaps more social media than any person ever. At any given moment, I'm live on over a dozen YouTube streams and several dozen Rumble streams. You can watch my life, and your viewers can watch my life in 360 degrees. And some of the things that I like to talk about are things like ufology. That's really a passion of mine. Certainly AI and futurology. So I thought that your podcast might be a good opportunity to be able to tell some people about that which I've learned. I don't purport to be an expert in really anything, but I'm a learner, and I'm someone who is a scientist at heart, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of many of these questions, just like I'm sure many of your audiences.
Yeah, awesome. Sounds good. Yeah, we can schedule a date and a time, and we'll get you on there, and also have something real big coming up a little bit later on down the line. Maybe I'm sure you would fit perfect with it, being that, like you said, you're a scientist at heart and you're really into these topics. So what I'm planning on doing is I'm gonna have a live web conference. I'm gonna have different speakers from all over the world. They're gonna come on, talk about their experiences, what they found in their studies, and their exploration. A lot of these people have been on shows like Ancient Aliens, Discovery Channel, History Channel, stuff like that. So they're really cool people that have been in this field or in these fields for a long time. And I think with what you say, that you're like really interested in stuff, and again, like a scientist at heart, I'm pretty sure you're knowledgeable. Even if you don't know it to the fullest extent, I'm pretty sure you're knowledgeable, on all these topics. And I think you'd be great to be on the panel, or at least at the very end, we're going to do a roundtable conversation with some Q&As. But I would love to have you on that too.
I'd love to be on it. Absolutely. I'm someone who may not be an expert in any one particular event. However, I do consider myself to be at least somewhat of a knowledgeable ufologist. So the history of ufology, going back to ancient times, cave paintings, and hieroglyphs, and moving into wood carvings, Renaissance paintings, and then more modern newspaper articles, and then photographs, and now video. So I generally am somewhat knowledgeable on that, so I certainly could speak on perhaps the timeline of history that we've had of ufology, and then alien abductions. Certainly Betty and Barney Hill is an important one. Travis Walton is another one. So I can speak on some of those. And then the Bob Lazar. Have you had a chance? You know who Bob Lazar is, I take it, correct?
Yeah, you're talking about the new S4?
Yeah, exactly. Did you see it?
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too. It was very good. Just basically can give my understanding of the story, and how I feel about him. Recently he did he doesn't do many interviews, as you may know. Of course, he did the Joe Rogan podcast twice, and it's interesting to know that's Joe Rogan's highest view or most watched podcast in all of his podcasts. He's done over 2,500 of them, and Bob Lazar is episode's number one. So it tells me that this is a subject that is of interest to the people. And while I don't know Bob Lazar personally, I did have communications with John Lear, if you know who John Lear is or was. He and I emailed about 15 years ago or so prior to his death, just regarding the matter. So that's my closest connection to ufology. But I'd love to talk about some of these subjects and also hear what all of the insiders know, and be able to learn and grow together, and hopefully one of these days really find disclosure.
Yeah, for sure. Sounds awesome. So, yeah, so we'll do both. We'll get you on, and then we'll get you onto the conference. And like I said, we're gonna do like a month out promotion for it, maybe 2 months out, because I got some people from the UK, of course, some people from here from the US. I got some people from Australia. Like it's gonna be pretty cool, bro. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be like a 6-7 hour event that we're gonna try to do.
Excellent. I'm all for it.
So I'm booked until I have open the 30th of this month. It's on a Saturday. If you could do the 30th.
Let's do it.
All right. And what time zone are you in?
Pacific.
Pacific. Okay. So that would be, I guess I'm 2 hours ahead of you? I'm Central Time.
That's correct.
Okay, 2 hours ahead of you. Can you do, we'll say, I don't know if I'm at to work that day, so just, let's see. Can you do 6 p.m. my time?
Absolutely.
Or your time?
Yep.
May 30th, 6 p.m. CST. So I gotta ask, is that your real name, Michael Rothschild?
Yeah. My last name legally is Rothschild. I am a rabbi. I'm an Orthodox rabbi, and I get the question very often: are you a banker? We share DNA within the Ashkenazi Jewish world. Having the last name Rothschild is like having the last name Kennedy, perhaps for Irish people. There are 3,000 of us in the United States and tens of thousands of us globally. So I think that I am a puppet master. I wish, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't think one day I may be, perhaps with my stream and my project, quite an influential individual, but I'm very much an average person, just like anyone else.
Okay, yeah, I was like, man, people are going to flip when they see the last name.
Certainly.
But no, that's cool, though. I mean, I like it.
Excellent.
I think that's fucking awesome, so. But, yeah, and then I know that you had said in your email that you wanted to talk about the Kabbalion and all that.
The Kabbalion? Kabbalah?
Yeah, the Kabbalah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I teach a class on that every day. So that's Jewish mysticism. And while I am not, again, an expert completely in anything, I don't feel anyone can absolutely know any subject. I have performed. Today is the 150th day in a row. I basically a lifelong learner, so I'm 150 days into my deep, intense Kabbalah study. The reason why I'm only 150 days into it is I chose to wait till my 40th birthday, which is traditional within the Orthodox world. And so I guess that makes me today 40 years and 150 days. So anyone who's interested learning more about Kabbalah, it's a journey that we can take together. So I plan on completing these Kabbalistic classes every single day of my life for the rest of my life. So we're 150 days into it and continue to learn every day. And then in terms of my live streams, I will celebrate, God willing, 5 years of 24/7 live streams this fall. So basically, people can go back in my life and see not just what I was doing, what was going on in history. And I think it'll be really important as well from an AI perspective. AI needs human examples on which to build its models. And I am the foremost trailblazer in an academic industry or genre known as continuous human activity data. So basically, like the study of how humans move and like our micro behaviors, how we speak, how we eat, everything that I do is on camera. And I don't just stream from my home. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So out in the world, IRL, so to speak, and then also, everything down to how I eat, how I drink, how I sleep, will be able to study. And I think humans will be able to things like my circadian rhythms, my eating habits, my breathing habits, all of that. And then one other thing, if I may just include, I am someone who's a futurist. So the things that I like to talk about may be of interest to you, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like terraforming of other planets, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. You may have heard of them. They're the ones who did the dire wolf. They've made it their goal within the next 2 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle. And then the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So I find this to be just extremely exciting to be able to perhaps archive. And then I also consider myself to at least be of interest in transhumanism. So not just life extension technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, all of that, but also the idea of mind uploading. For anyone out there who may be interested, you and I and your listeners may be of an age and a generation where death may be either delayed through life extension technology or reverse aging, or perhaps indefinitely avoided within reason, and for anyone out there who wants it with their own consent, where we scan someone's brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever they want to be. But it's a really exciting time that we are currently in, especially with the UFO and the alien disclosure move. And perhaps we may be the first generation of people that might be able to escape death. So those are some things that I like to talk about, and I hope they're of interest to you and to your audience.
Oh yeah, you're like freaking perfect.
Excellent. Cool. Well,
yeah. So like my wheels are already spinning.
Good.
I'm thinking. So I already said that time for that day, just in case I have to work, because sometimes I do work Saturdays.
Okay.
I work for oil and gas, so
excellent. That's a great industry.
Like, yeah, so it's crazy, whenever it gets, starts building up and stuff. So if I don't work Saturday, I'm thinking, I know you said that you would like to do, that you're down to do, like a long episode.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking if I don't, we could try to shoot and cover all those topics that you just talked about, like all of them.
Excellent. In depth.
And go for like 4 or 5 hours.
I'm down for that. I don't know if I know I could fill it up, but yeah, I'll give you a room tour. I create robots as well. So I'll give your audience a view of all my robots. And then I'm also a published author on subjects that I think are going to be really interesting to your audience, like things like Zeta star system. Yeah, exactly. And the Zetas. And so we can get into perhaps alien species then. So I would really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm down for 4 or 5 hours. I'm down for as long as you want. And I know you don't know for sure. So as the 30th approaches, we can email each other. You just let me know. And then we can schedule something, firmly, but I'll keep all of May 30th open for you. And just know whenever you know your schedule, you let me know, and we'll lock it in, okay?
All right. Well, just, it won't be. So they're kind of dicks at work.
Okay.
So they literally won't let us know till that Friday, like the end of the day.
That's okay.
Like,
That's okay. We're
working tomorrow, so
you let me know. You let me know.
I'll let you know 100% for sure.
I'll be on the lookout for my email certainly, and if I'm trying to think, like I'll make sure to be checking it, especially the night of the 29th or whatever. And I live 24/7 on Discord, so I am not in the top 1% of Discord users. I'm not in the top 1.1%. I'm in the top 0.01%. Discord sends you like a rundown at the end of each year. So if you ever want to get a hold of me directly, in my email, my initial one that I sent you, there's a link to my link tree. My Discord's in there. So if any kind of emergency pops up and you need to get a hold of me immediately, you just pop in there. I'm always live in there, but certainly email is probably the best method. But I did want you to know if you needed an emergency contact, you can always connect with me there 24/7. And I have thousands of people in that Discord. So I have people living there alongside me who are part of this movement. So yeah, it's called live streaming or live sharing, and that's what I do. So
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that was a thing.
many people didn't, and I see a lot of historical revision that occurs, and I just think we live in such an incredible time. By trade, in addition to being a rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional, so I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has given me some financial independence to be able to basically live stream my life, and really I'd like to do it for I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. So just like this huge compendium that people hundreds or thousands of years can study, just like we have people's diaries or journals from hundreds of years ago just to learn about what life was like then. I'm doing the same with my life.
All right, sounds good, man.
Excellent.
Well, I'll reach out to you and I'll keep you updated the best I can.
Excellent.
Sometimes I do know before that Friday, because like something will happen or something will crash, and they'll be like, yeah, don't expect to work Saturday. But if that happens, I'll let you know. But if it doesn't, I'll let you know as soon as I know something.
Beautiful. I look forward to it. And if anything else comes up in the meantime, you let me know then too. And then I also consider it a privilege that you would consider me for the compendium or the round table. So I'm excited about that as well.
All right, appreciate it, man. Well, you have a good rest of your weekend, my man, and I'll be reaching out.
Absolutely. And I hope you have a wonderful cookout. Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Take
Bye.
care. Peace. Shout out to Anthony. What a cool guy. Really? Yeah, he's cool as fuck. All right, are you happy? Is you happy? That's cool.
Southern California's most accurate traffic report.
Shorts or dresses past your varicose veins. Covering up, feeling self-conscious about how your legs look. Don't wait another minute. West Medical can treat varicose veins in under an hour. No downtime. That's right. Most treatments are covered by PPO insurance. Your legs again.
הרבה אנשים יוצאים אחורה. למה? כמו שנפרדים מהמערב, אתה הולך אחורה. כמו שאתה יורד מהרי קודש, יוצאים אחורה כזה. אז זה לא נכון, זה כן אפשר לצאת, יש כן יצא. יא, זה מה בקיפור אחורה, בוא נראה. הוא גם ביום כיפור, מהקודש קדושים, הוא יצא אחורנית מהקודש הקדושים. זה, ושם כתוב יציאה, זאת אומרת, זה כן עכשיו יציאה. זה דבר אחד. הוא סנאה, אני רוצה בוא לא יודע לצפיסוס, שהכל... אם יוצא החוצה כמו שהוא נכנס, זאת אומרת, הוא הולך אחורנית. הוא נקרא בזמן יסוד, אבל זה בכלל לא נתקבס. אני זו, מה שאתה אומר לי שבבית חשוב.
0% APR. No
אבל צריכים לפתוח חלונות, על מנת למשחק, זה מכיוון שלא היה לך שום סיבה לחשוב שיש כאן נגע. אז אין לך שום חיוב להציג אותו ולפתוח חלונות. אבל איך, במשחק זה במשחק, אבל אצלנו בעצום שלנו, שיש כן נגע, רק מה? הוא מאחורי דה. אז אולי כן חייבים לעשות חור בדרך. בסדר, לא יקרה באחר ביעקב. מה רבי יעקב אומר? אולי. היי, עולם האחרונים כל הזמן. להיות זה הכל מהבייס. כתוב בפוסט, להיות הכל מהבייס. להיות אולי, אתה יודע.
I haven't seen the new episode of Flavor, man. They go well. You gotta watch it, man. We had him and just Slate. Well, am I ruining it? Everybody already knows by now. Yeah, just watch it. I just don't like it because it's such a sensitive subject. That's his wife. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, can I say what I want to say? Yeah, of course. This is what all I want to say is simply this. Keep your wife off the motherfucking internet. Why does your wife have a microphone in her face but not allow your wife to start a motherfucking podcast, bro? Okay, there can be one entertainer in this family. That shall be me. I'm the comedian. I'm out here on this road. I'm out here getting the money. Let me use some of this money to help you do some other things, yo. Because you don't need a microphone in your face because you won't fuck around and ruin us. Right? Not just you. Go watch the episode. So we had a great talk with our...
That was it. That was the moment that ended Akash Singh on the Flagrant podcast because Akash Singh unfollowed Andrew Schultz. Now, Andrew still follows Akash, as you can see. Well, Akash no longer follows Andrew, but Akash still follows everyone else on that podcast. Only Andrew, he started unfollowing. So, this is obviously the turning point when Andrew Schultz, with Charlamagne the God, went on Akash, and this was right after they had Akash return with Jazz Lee, and they did that episode that was not received well, and Charlamagne went off. Now, I'm still just trying to wonder, was he fired or did he quit? I'm going with he quit. He had to quit because he is personally mad at Andrew Schultz. That has to be it. I wonder if the wife forced him to quit too. Is that one of those things where she was like, he's making fun of me on the thing, and I need to be all about me now, and I need to be an influencer, but I only get views by trashing you, so I'm going to trash you, but yeah, so like, this is incredible to me, that all because of his wife, not only exposing him and embarrassing him, he is no longer on that show, and he's now ended his friendship with his best friend. One could argue, the one who kind of gave him a career. We all know Akash as Andrew's Cody, his sidekick, his tag-along guy. Like, if this was a Christmas story, he was the little kid in the hat with the Red Hat Freckles kid, with the afterwards. So, but to actually unfollow him, this is extremely personal. And I'm going with the fact that he quit, but I still wonder in the back of my mind if Andrew just fired him. If Andrew was just like, look, dude, we can't do our podcast with you here and not addressing it. We can't talk about news stories going forward everything's uncomfortable now. What you hear, we can't even, not even jokes about Akash and his wife. We're joking about, we can't make fun of that dude's wife because of his wife. I doubt it though. I really do think that don't quit. And look, we understand he sold out Radio City Music Hall. And we understand 20 years from now he's going to be saying that, like, Al Bundy scored the 4 touchdowns in Polk High. We understand. However, all the ticket sales are going to go away. I know he's going to try and get into that international, I do the Indian circuit thing, but, dude, without that podcast, there's nothing else, no tickets to sell. So, like, he can't just do stand-up going forward. He's going to have to get back on a podcast. I'm betting his wife forces him to do one with her. I'm betting that happens. I mean, I'm betting she forced him off that podcast, and I'm betting that she made him unfollow Andrew. Or he really is just that thin-skinned of a bitch. I mean, Akash is a cop. He is a simp. I mean, his wife admitted she got disgusted sleeping with him. That's why she's trying to do IVF. There's nothing medically wrong with her, by the way. She said she was disgusted by him and had to go see a therapist. And now she's doing IVF. So, like, he is that kind of a bitch-made guy, but to unfollow Andrew, your buddy, your best friend, all because your wife embarrassed you? It's supposed to be bros before hoes. And, you know, your hoe was popping that thing for the bros at the fraternity house, dude. Like, I can't believe Akash let it get this far. In this series, I mean, Akash is now going to go around, as he has been, and be like, hey, nothing really bothered me. Nothing's really wrong. I just left my podcast and unfollowed my best friend, who's the host of that podcast. But everything's fine. Everything's great. It's that weird shit of everything's fine. It's to me, he's sitting around at the table with a cup of coffee and everything's on fire. What is he doing? Why did he quit his podcast and unfollow Andrew? This is a very odd turn of events, but he doesn't follow Andrew Schultz anymore. The war is on now, people. Are we in the future? Because obviously, sometime down the line, this will be addressed. And this always gets addressed sometime down the line. And now that it's going to be out there, the next time one of them does an interview, it has to be asked, hey, why did he unfollow you? Either to Andrew or to Akash. So, I mean, the fact of he let that chiclet tooth, big nose, half a Puerto Rican looking Indian ruin his. My God. Truly disturbing. Truly sad, man. I mean, flagrant fans. Your podcast was ruined by a woman. A sports podcast was ruined by a woman. It just baffles my mind how obviously Akash, by the way, doesn't believe in his wife, because if it never really happened, it was all she was just making it up. You would have quit your podcast, you would have unfollowed your best friend. But you did, because it's all true, and you know it's true. Damn, Akash, unfollowed Andrew. You guys were freaking knee slap buddies. You were rolling on the floor and dying of laughter, guys. Literally together. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
סבא, וחברי השיעור, חברי היקר, אל גרדנר. וואו, תראו מה זה, תראו, אנדי וואי. מה עוד יש כאן? אז זה שלי. זה לרב זכריה? יום הולדת שמח זכריה. ויש כאן שרוצים אני רואה. רגע, אפשר... משתמש? לא, זה אחד. זה חלק מהסוגיה, הם לא הבינו שיש כאן נחשים והרס. אז בואו נראה, בואו נשאיר את זה כאן. עוד השיעור. עכשיו, בינקתי לך כאן, בסדר? עוד השיעור. יופי, רגע. זהו שזה לא יקלט דרך הילדים, זה לא... כן, הוא קם ונותן. אוי דבור מועיל לו. פרס השבוע, גאים ותומכים בדף היוגי בספרדית, ברפואה. שנימה הרב יעקב ונונו, ונשמע הרב חיים גידלי בישוע ולשם. הם עשו את הפרויקט הזה.
So yeah. Anyway, but did she ever get to the point of where she was 20 seconds of like, you know what I wonder, I wanted to know your take on this, specifically you. I'm watching that thing. She was 17 when all this went down, right? They tried her as an adult. Go ahead, well, go ahead, yeah, because here's why I'm not sure anything of this. You tried. Okay, when have we ever done that? Go ahead. So let me get this straight. What is this? You gonna try her as an adult? No, I think that this is what. Because if I look at her, I'll go to jail. I think that's weird. But for me, if that's the point you're trying to be in, 1,000%. Oh yeah. See, here's the thing. So you're saying it's like a person. This is what they're saying. The 17-year-old. He's doing it already. Maybe there is. 17-year-old girl. She committed a crime, and we're saying she knew exactly what she was doing. I knew he was going to be saying that. I imagined she knows exactly what she was doing, so therefore, she's going to jail. Right. But you know what would change that? Well, if there was just dick around. If there was a whole dick around, all of a sudden it'd be like, she cannot make choices for herself. She is stupid. But like, but this, no, I know it's weird. No, it's different because this is what that's just public sentiment. The law is the law. And no, I understand. The law is like they're like, no, you know what's going on. They're gonna get like a 15-year-old. At a certain point, we're saying you're not a complete idiot. I mean, but you're not a complete. Like you just did something that's so terrible. We're like, nah, you're not going to juvie. You're going to fucking prison. Okay, so that's fine. But then what's the cutoff? Because there has to be a cutoff. No, I think it's case by case. Really, and that's why you go to. That's what you court. But that's why you have law. That's what the law does. That's the law. Yeah. So the law takes it case by case. So you have a 15-year-old. I think they take what's happening into the account. Sometimes I think it's about the action and the motivation for the action about what was happening. Like, and then they decide at that point. And in this case, there's so much around, and then it's like, you know what's going on. And then they just go, the context of it, like, you know what's happening. So, no, I think it's the severity of the crime, too. Like, she murdered 2 kids. You know what I'm saying? But also, too, like, if you're 17, like, it's June, then, you're going to be 18 in August. I understand. And then I wonder, I guess what I said, and what makes it so they can. No, you make a good point, Chris. No, what makes it so you can push that through? Like what is it? It's the severity of the crime. Severity of the crime is got to be one of the things. Well, you know, I mean, her intent too. It's all planned. I'm saying the problem with the internet is that it has no concept, or it doesn't.
אתה באותו שופט מוכשר מישראל שמע באוזניות השיעור שלך והיה מאושר באדם. זו גם הייתה אחת המכונה והתקשרנו איתו. בכל השנים האחרונות, גם שלה ניסויים קשים, היה שיעור שלו, כן שלו, והייתה לו כוח להמשיך ולהחזיק הלאה. אני רוצה למסור תודה לשמור של כל המשפחה, שכוח על הפצה לתורה העצומה שלך והכתב, והגשמה שאתה
Taxes, would you really have to go nuts to put some bread every night to sleep? Or gym? Okay, Brian's also, as a native Texan, you're a perfect Southern dad, man. Proud of you. Andrew Carper says that Netflix article was a Timu version of the UFC. Yeah, it was like, it's weird, right? The Netflix card, the more I sit on it and stew on it and think about that card, I don't think it's something we're going to talk about in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, yeah, I don't think it's one of those things we're going to revert back to. I don't think anybody, when you think of Ronda or you think of Gina, you're not going to think of that fight. It's not memorable. It was, it was a cash grab. Bill Cruzen says, would you fight Francis for $10 million? Yes. How would you celebrate when you KO him? I don't know if I'd KO him. I'd probably choke him out if I could win. That's a tough fight, dude. Definitely probably wouldn't KO him. I'd definitely try and grapple his ass. I would turn into fucking Ormond's rookie on his ass, you know? I'm not... You do have a for powerful over him, right? Yeah, if it was open, I'd be down for that, but that would be the game plan. Wear his ass out, and if you are gonna mess around the feed, do it later in the round. So I assume it's a 5-round fight, so that 4th, 5th round, maybe I get a little wild if we get there, but I'd be grappling the fuck out of him. I'd badass around that motherfucker. Tucker Micro says, how do you have self-restraint not to snap Kellen's head off his canceled shoulders? I love his retarded hot takes. You could Carl Kitten just say it was training accident. I know you know how to dispose of evidence. Just saying, love your shows. Don't be so hard on Chin. But he put Chin. The restraints. Why would I snap Kellen's head off, man? I love that guy. Wouldn't snap his head off. Don't be so hard. Am I hard on you, Chin? No. We would be hard on each other. No. Diego Friar says, what's a good age to have kids? I'm 24. My creation. What are your real thoughts on brain damage or contact sports? Also involves youth sports. Appreciate the hard work, guys, especially you, Jim. What's my real thoughts on brain damage or contact sports? Well, my 6-year-old and my 10-year-old started tackle football. So, I'll say this. Has there been some cases where people have issues? Absolutely. But think about, and I have this talk with parents all the time, think about how many people you know growing up. I don't know how old you are, Benny, but think of the millions and millions and millions and millions of kids that play football from, I started when I was 6. That's when Bossy started. So from the time you're 6 to, you probably not many people play after high school. From 6 to high school, I'll use that example. Because college, and you're talking about a different animal, but from Pop Warner to high school, think how many millions of kids in America play football. Have you heard of some horrible brain trauma they're dealing with now? That fucking movie Concussion, which Will Smith podcast did, that put this weird kind of marketing spotlight on football and kind of the odds of you having are likely. And these are facts. These are facts. Now, could your kid get hurt? Absolutely. Your kid can get hurt on the playground. Your kid can get hurt at school. Your kid can get hurt on trampoline. He's more likely to get hurt on the trampoline than any of your child's more likely to die if you have a pillow. So do you get rid of the pillow? Do you get rid of the trampoline? Like, how much do you want to protect them? Soft parents make for soft kids. So I'm not saying your kid needs to be, running in and being the wedge breaker and lighting kids up and dishing out concussions. But in general, especially when they're 6, those kids really don't hit hard enough to do crazy damage.
at Tiger's age of 10. I mean, Tiger's a big kid. He used to be blindsided a kid, or if there was like, if he's playing middle linebacker, the kid's not looking, there'd be some issue, but that's life, man. You get back up and get to it. So I think the juice is worth the squeeze at the end of the day. And so how much do we want to shelter our kids? And I think if you look at the decline of participation in football, how's that going for us? It just creates softer boys, and those boys turn to men, and then you get what we have today. Very, very soft people who want to get online and complain about things and dye their hair purple and change the pronouns and talk about mental health all fucking day and not do anything about it. So, sorry to get up for fucking football or wrestling or baseball. Get them active. I don't give a fuck what it is. Swimming, tennis, I don't give a fuck. But get them active.
Brendan Shaw was another Patreon Q&A with the most obvious question by shit. Now, some of the questions are real. All the real ones that are ones smashing Shaw. And all the fake ones are the ones asking benign questions no one would ever ask Brendan Shaw, and then thanking Chin at the end. Because obviously it's Chin writing them, and of course Shaw just has to lie, even answering those. But this question, what are your real thoughts on brain damage regarding contact sports? Also, when it involves you sports. Appreciate the hard work, guys, especially you, Chin. And then Shaw lies. I'm coaching my son's football team. No, you're not. First, he said he's coaching. Then he slipped up and told the truth. He doesn't coach. The coaches would never let this weirdo coach. And then he bothers everybody. And all the coaches hate him. We know this from the coaching staff at California, who uploaded 2 different videos. One video was Shaw bothering them at practice, so they edited the video together of Shaw and his kids being on practice, and all of it was Shaw like missing catches, the ball throwing his between his legs, and then they uploaded a video of Shaw getting thrown out of the baseball game. That was the coaches who did it, because the coaches were the only ones who had access to the video camera recording the practice in the game. So Shaw is not a coach. He just bothers. And then also the babble about Joe Rogan. So how sad is it that big questions? Because there are real questions in enough, because a lot of guys double up on the questions. But as you know, Rothschild battles haters in the comment section on the Frederick and Patreon. He knows who's who because there's so few of them, and he knows not the answer there. It's truly sad that this guy asked the questions. But this Patreon, you gotta remember when he said that stuff about Ryan, that was after he trashed him, said that he definitely supported the Patreon to his own thing and cutting out Calvin. So, yeah. So when he says he loves Calvin, don't love him that much because you're essentially kicking him off the show, which Shaw has already said he wants to do during another Patreon Q&A. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. So, yeah. He says he loves Calvin. Don't love him that much because to his own thing and cutting out Calvin. A lot of the guys don't love the questions, but as you know from Chin battling the haters in the comment section on the Frederick and Patreon, he knows who he's who because there's so much of them. And he knows not to answer their questions. But it's truly sad that this guy asked the question. But this Patreon Trashed him, said that he's definitely the patriot to his cutting out camp. So, yeah. He says he loves Callan. Don't love him that much because you're essentially kicking him off the show, which Chavez already said he was another major Q&A. But, your comments. אז מה? לא מחובר. אוקיי. אז בקיצור, החלב לא יכול... יש כמו ספיק פלסטיק מתחת. קחו, הוא לא נותן לשום דבר לזוז. יוכי, מי לא ילך כמו מהיפר. אבל מה אתה לשים את זה על חליכה אחרת? יש... You know,
it's like some like Donver's mom should have been like, you know what I mean? It's like you think about like why did this happen? You don't know. I mean, what you're saying, but
would it change things like if the parents started getting having consequences too? So let's say they put the Columbine shooters. Those two fucking idiots would get together in the basement of one house for hours planning this whole fucking school shooting out. The parents didn't do nothing. Because they're like, we don't know. We thought they were just hanging out. Right? The thing is, no. You didn't think they were in prison for life. You can 5 years though. You tell me you didn't go down there and check once on your fucking 6-year-old? You guys never looked into it?
This is an interesting discussion because I totally agree, but it's like, you know, it's interesting. Yeah, because like I used to have a joke about this. I used to say like, listen, if you have a white kid and he has no friends, right, check in, right? I would say just check in. You know, it's like a manifesto. Like when he asks you for printer paper, I don't know. I just feel like I remember you have to, I guess, put yourself like, how were you at 15, 16, 17? Like my mom, dude, I would just say that. No, but I remember like my single mom, and I was by myself a lot. I was just by myself. I'm just saying, like, whatever. I mean, rush your dad. He's like, what the fuck did I left? Right, I know, right. That's certain, like, who's responsible? You know, that's your dad. You know who he is. That's what it is. But yeah, it's a weird thing. Yeah, it is weird. But I just feel like there should be some responsibility. I agree with you shootings. I agree with you because what I hate to find out is like, here's a kid who does a school shooting, and then they start looking into his life, and you go, oh, right. It's never like the captain of the football team, right? It's never like the, you know, like just the average guy in school just chilling, and everybody's like, oh, that guy. No, it's always like the guy where everybody's like, you know, I knew something was wrong with him. You know what I mean? And I'm like, at that point, I thought he was just playing Fortnite for 7 hours, and then he was shooting the AR fucking 47 at school. I thought Burning Frogs was a video game. I don't know, man. So it's like, you just kind of go, what? I mean, would it change your parenting? We're all parents now. I don't think it would change mine because I'm fucking on that shit. No, I know. But to your point, though, Eric, like, let's say Tiger Bossy both go pro in sports. I'm going to get a lot of credit for that. But then if they both commit murder, I take no credit. Like, if I was going to be like, yeah, come on the house. This is the, I'm sure that I guarantee you the Reddit is going to be like 6 videos on Netflix stuff. Yeah, man, it's crazy. No, but I mean, it's like, if you're, man, it's like, you just, what are you instilling your kids? So they're young, so they get like, you know what I mean? It's just, I'm watching now, like, you know, how they're sponges, you know, it's like, we started this soccer thing with Wolf, and at first he was like, whatever, now it's like, Yeah, man, he's like, when we're doing they always start with a race, and they're like, all right, ready, go, and he runs, and well, it's like, and I'm like, look at my kid, so it's like, you see how they learn a lot of things, man, what they learn the things they're not supposed to learn, but, it's like the thing with, like, sleepovers. I've seen too many things about this where I'm like, no, my kids never sleep with them, ever. I don't even let them sleep at mine. It's another one too good, but he's got to go outside. Here's another one, dude, you have to think about it. When you have different age level kids, so if you have like a party in the neighborhood, right, and then there's a 15-year-old kid, and then there's like, kids, you can't deal with it now. You can't leave them like that either. You have to know this new kid, he moved in the neighborhood like 6 months into it. Tiger wants to know who's going to hang out with him. And then Tiger goes, yeah, Dad, his brother just moved in. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, his brother, like, how old is he? He was 15. You can't go with that anymore. You gotta keep it cared. Even on the small level, like, it's so like so Rachel's like in charge of the mommy and me group in our neighborhood. She's got like 30 or 40 moms in this group right now. But she's like always doing stuff. We already had like 3 stupid parties. And then she's like, they went down to the park that they had. And then there's another kid who's like 5 years old. And who loves his little dinosaurs. This kid like took the dinosaur and they're like, fuck, kick him out. I'm gonna light him out of here. You know what I mean? And I was like, this kid's
there she is.
But the thing is, it's like, because he should be around other, so then she's trying to like make it like, hey, is your kid under 4? We're gonna have a special for that. What are you gonna know? Special thing? They're like, hey, bitch, if little Gary keeps fucking kicking all the toys for the kids, he can't be here.
I love how Chris Louise is not in this conversation at all, but then Sean say AR-47. What an idiot. Did you see how he did an uncomfortable Sean got? Mr. Potato Head brought up the Reddit video. What that thing Sean said was weird. I can't do it. I'm going to get all the credit. It's like, now I see why Sean was pushing that so hard. Now I really wanted to be all about him. Which of course that's what it is. He tried to live vicariously through his son. Sean does this on paper. And he's surprised about he said he played in the NFL now. And then he says he was a high-level athlete in general. Now, Brendan Shaw played college football, I think literally only 6 plays on special teams. And then he showed up for a Buffalo Bills training camp, like he wasn't drafted or anything. And then just one day, that was it. And then just ended up on a reality show for the UFC. That was it. He was never a high-level athlete in any sport whatsoever. He's just a big guy, but that's it. He literally has 0 athleticism. He lost the foot race to Chappelle Lacey, who was a cheerleader and a short, fat guy. He's not athletic in any way, shape, or form. So, just big. That's it. Now, he's trying to live vicariously over his children. That's really and evidently, education gives you right. Of all the crap he buys, one would assume the greatest education for his children, but that's not what it's like. Because I'm sure Sean has given him education. Sean's dad is a multi-millionaire too. Like how Duff's brother turned out. Oh, but he was eating with that, right? He got brought up. Oh, remember that? He was ready to try. Yeah, he was buying
שהוא גם הוציא, בזה כתוב שהוא הוציא, לא צריך להוציא. חלום טוב. זה לא חלומות עכשיו. שיהיה, בוא נראה כאן, שיהיה. הפסיק, הלך, חזר, עושה אותו. זה כנראה הגלובוס, לא? אז בוא נעשה חלומו. טוב, תראו מה זה עכשיו הוספנו היום. אז אמרתי לו להוסיף את זה. תופס את הסימנים ביד שלו, ואז הוא נכנס ביניהם, ועכשיו הסכין נכנסה לגמרי. והדבר הזה שהסכין נכנסה, קוראים לזה חלודו. זה נכנסה לידי הסימן. זה מה? זה כבר ראינו. עכשיו הגרובה, מה זה הגרובה? הגרובה זה פשוט שתפק לנו במקום הזה לכל. כאילו, תפקן לי על המאפר.
I'm going to show you what exactly fits in here. Here we go. Alright, so with Silly Girl and Busted and Tiger, they all have different needs. So it's gonna be a heavy one. For Billy, I usually have a gazillion coloring books, stickers, and shit sets. So just in another little bag, and just put it here. I have her little AJ station stuff for her diapers go, and that'll go in here also, and that's my reason here too. For snacks, I have these, which is like bars. I got the little rolls, we got cheeses. Sometimes the kids need some energy, they need carbs, and they need fuel. So this is my little, this is my baby bag. It has SPF, hand sanitizer, little bags in case, extra socks. Really stuff goes in here. I'll have my mini candy water bottle. Of course, with my first one stuff in here because I need all the stuff that I can get. And I'm going to put this one here on the side of the table. There it goes. I also have my first four sticks that I really love. And my kids love them, or I love them. We all just kind of stack on these. So these will go in the inside pocket here alongside my liquid IV hydration that I put in my water.
What about Magic Mike?
I just have these cute little
Yo, what about Magic
Mike? In the other pocket here. I'll have my handy dandy little fan because we're in Texas. It's hot, guys. We're sweating all the time. Last but not least, I have Lily's toys. These are little blocks that I just toss in here because she gets entertained with them. So I'll toss them either here. Yeah, they fit in there. So it actually fits a lot of stuff. The cool part too is that I can carry it like this. And or I really like this situation here. Just to kind of grab it and go. This is what I carry in my Yeti Camino bag. I'm actually kind of excited that I really did get. It's better than my God bag. I really like this bag, and I'm excited to take it to the baseball field. Anyways, I loved it. Thanks for influencing me, and I'm influencing you. Size 35 Camino bag by Yeti. Love it.
Brendan Schaub's wife is miserable being down in Texas. You can tell by her other videos because she still calls California home and not Texas, but she's ultimately miserable because she can't go on vacation this summer because they're broke. The only vacation she gets to go on is when Schaub has to do his gate break, announcing things, and she just tags along with him as a way to go and travel somewhere. But you have to remember, she used to just by herself get on an airplane and go to Vegas. After she called Schaub cheating. But they are extremely broke at this point. Completely in debt. I mean, you have to remember, Schaub had to sell his house and his in-laws' house, move them all together in Texas. And now they sold that house, and he's in the same neighborhood, more land, which means smaller house. He had to go from his storage unit studio to another storage unit in the same building, just a much smaller one. He had to sell all of his trucks and cars on Facebook Marketplace. These people are going broke, but still spending money on stupid shit. It's so amazing, but how dumb is she? She didn't know how long she went to high school. She said her parents didn't know where camp was. By the way, they can't send their kids to camp. They can't afford it. So, I mean, the fall from grace these people had. This woman used to drive a Lamborghini. And now she drives whatever she drives, and it's killing her inside. It's destroying her. I mean, she'd probably divorce Schaub at this point, but what would she get? You have to remember, she was with Stupid when she made the same argument she made. She posted it on Instagram. What do you want to tell us about properties? Because I'm sure she got sold this whole Texas move on. We're going to have lived in a great place, babe. And then Schaub came through and was like, we got to sell this place. And she was like, but you said it was a great place. Yeah, but I didn't know about property taxes because there was no income taxes. So I didn't know about property taxes. They're so stupid. And everything out of their mouth is a lie. But
100% miserable and going broke and poor. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
והם באו ומלכו, ואחרי פתאום שמו לב שלקחו את כל החלקים של החלב גם, הכניסו לתוך הזה של המליחה, ועשו הפסד.
Let's also look at our stress levels. Oh, that's not cool. I have to fire something. Oh, there's certain things you gotta fix about your life. You're stressed about some stuff. Yeah, I gotta fire some change.
How was your psoriasis?
It's getting better, man.
It looks good.
Yeah, fire some people. What's wrong with me getting fired was like, I couldn't come in for Shop Show because I was with my wife in Vegas and I planned to come earlier, but couldn't. Like, so if you're a comic, Brandon talks about you. If you're an admin and you're a comic,
Multiple times a day. Okay. The creative director, this was a great guy. He communicated with me, man, this really bothers me. You know what I mean? Like, this really bothers me.
Hey, dude, Brendan is a narcissistic asshole who lies to people and defames them behind their back. That's not the kind of guy that I feel any sort of loyalty to protect his nature now. These past few weeks have been pretty intense for Brendan Schaub ever since his former handler, Harley, decided to declare war on him and expose some pretty wild stuff about Schaub after getting fired. Ever since then, Mark has been on multiple podcasts, including the Red Bar Show. He went on another podcast, Trashing the Letterman and Kalila, and also explaining why he got fired, revealed some pretty intense secrets about Schaub and the entire operation over at Thick Boy. And surprisingly, Mark is now welcomed by the fighter and the kid subreddit who once hated him. And it's actually pretty entertaining. And at first, I thought it was another Maverick situation, but as time passes by and Mark reveals more stuff, it's actually going into something pretty wild. So here's everything that has been happening in the entire Mark Harley and Brendan Schaub drama. So let's get into it.
One time for Tiger Fig, we blew up over. He asked for something that I couldn't have gotten like the next day. Like I couldn't go back again. He's like, "You guys get videos of the winner from there last time?" I'm like, "No, but you didn't ask for that." And he's like, "God, not one of you like kind of thumbs down." Like it's very classic him. Like ask for things after the fact. There was a few moments like that, and the most recent one that actually led to my firing was I couldn't come in for a Monday. I was in Las Vegas with my wife, and this whole time I was trying to go to a shop. Literally working 7 days a week for him. I'm supposed to do security. I'm on call when I'm home to do social media. It was like my whole life was like working for this guy because he doesn't have any boundaries. The final thing on this repeat was I was in Vegas and I couldn't come in on Monday for the shop show. The shop show was under the Thick Boy Network. I didn't know this at the time, but he had taken me off of the Thick Boy payroll, which was one of 3 sources that I got paid from. At the time when he reprimanded me for not being able to come in, I had called one of my coworkers and said, "Hey, could you cover the duties that I'm supposed to do in the room?" They said yes. I did that ahead of time. I contacted Schaub ahead of time, and I still got reprimanded in a way where I felt like it was just a little bit like, "Hey, I didn't even take the week off after Christmas." About a month ago, people started to notice that Mark Harley wasn't on the Fighter and the Kid podcast anymore, which caused them to speculate that he was actually fired. Back then, Mark wasn't liked by the Fighter and the Kid subreddit, so they thought that he was just fired because of how unpopular and hated he was on the show. And listen, when the whole thing went down and Mark decided to come out against Brendan Schaub, I did think at first that he was just because he wasn't getting paid anymore and he was doing this for attention. But after listening to everything that Mark has said so far, it does sound like there are actual feelings and there is tension between him and Brendan Schaub. I found myself saying, like, "Hey, man, you're fixating on the fact that I didn't text you back for hours. Maybe you had your priorities on that." So obviously he didn't like that. Fired me in the group text. Said he was going to pay me for the month of February. Has not done that.
And he didn't pay you, which is like the worst thing.
Yeah. But sort of me getting fired was like, I couldn't come in for Shop Show because I was with my wife in Vegas and I had to come earlier, but couldn't. Like, so, and I'm sitting this like, oh, anxiety. Everyone texted me, "Dude, I'm so sorry, I can't come in." But like, I texted the other guy, he could cover my thing, and I was like, "This is not good."
they sent me a shitty text and made it awkward. Like had I not get fired, I was going to have to take that on the chin. But like, this was 7 months of ad reads for Happy Hippo, and it was like, oh yeah, instead of $7,000, you're going to get $3,500. Yeah, that's a significant amount. Oh, instead of 3 months of Tiger Thick, that's $9,000. You're going to get $4,500. Okay, that's $10,000. Yeah, like I'm sorry, that's a big amount of money to me. You know, like
although Mark admits that he made a mistake. It does sound because it's just something so easy to fix. But maybe the overreaction was fueled by months of mistreatment and just bad energy overall. Now, here's what's interesting. Brian Callen was actually one of the ones to suggest to Shaw that he should fire Mark Harvey. But then Mark decided to come out and share his experience of working for Brendan Schaub, or went to Mark Harvey and tried to talk about what he was doing. So clearly Brendan Schaub even has his own friends giving him horrible advice.
Apparently, this source tells me Callen goes to Brendan and is like, dude, I don't know what play you have here other than to fire this guy. This is Brian Callen saying to Brendan. This is the story coming from the Schaub situation over here.
Yes, the Brian thing would actually make sense because he seemed really like, oh my God, Mark, can't you admit that you're wrong? Like, in this text message the next day, I'm like, no, I'm not admitting that I'm wrong because all I did was not text you back and you got the work. It's just insane. Callen called me repeatedly. We had a normal conversation where he's trying to convince me to not go on the show. Oh my God, this is just insane. He was trying to
convince me. We're sorry that everybody knows.
Do this Reddit MMA and was kind of making things seem like, hey, he's giving me this philosophical angle. He eventually persuaded me to get off. He starts talking to me like, I can tell he's giving this angle like, Mark, I really want you to think about this. It's not going to be good for your future.
And this is when things start to get very interesting because the host of the show actually had statements coming from the Thick Boy camp and from Brendan Schaub himself. And that is a process that Brendan Schaub has come to address in this entire situation. And it also confirms that they both.
אז התשובה היא שאם היא מתה לבד יש לה טומר. השקומה של אלינו, טומר, הטומר, זו מדרגה מאוד גבוהה. לא אבי הוויס, מה אבי הוויס? מת, אתה מת. אבל במה מתה זה הטומר. דומה לשרת, כמעט אותו טומר. אבל אם שחט אותו, שחט בבימה. רגע, עכשיו עוד שאלה. שוחט בימה.
What's up, motherfucker?
אין איזה טומר, אין טומר, למה? אבל שואל זו שאלה אחרת. אף אחד לא לעלות, רק שצריכים לה. כולם יכולים לעלות. חוץ מאלה שיודעים טוב. שחט בימה, פותח את הקיבה, והוא רואה שיש מסמר שהולך מצד אחת של הלב לצד השני. טריפה, מה זה טריפה? היא לא תחיה יותר מ3 ימים. תניה או לא תניה? למה? כן, היה שליטה גדולה לגיבים, נכון, זה בדיוק מה שאני אומר. אבל היא תראה פה. היא חשוב. כמייס, לא? טוב, התשובה היא, אתם צודקים, השחיטה מכשירה מהטומאה. אז מה אתה גמור? אז אם היה שחיטה, אין טומאה. לא יבור לגמי. אם השוחט שחט ולא בדק את הסימנים. אנחנו לא מדברים על הסכין, כן? הוא לא בדק, אנחנו חוזרים אחורה. כן? שימו לב, עכשיו דיברנו על הסכין, לתות סכין, לא לתות סכין, לתת לחכם, לא לתת. אנחנו הולכים אחורה. שמעקות טבק צריך לבדוק את הסימנים אם היה רואים או לא. ושוב רבי לא זו ברבי ינאי אומר איפה ואסור באכילו. יש איפה ואין לזה שום תומו. זאת אומרת, היה שחיטה טובה. אני מודה שיש לא רק, אל תיגע בזה, אל תאכל את זה. ומסניס אותו לעבוד כתובה ברייס ואילו השחיטה לא, בכלל לא שחיטה, אנחנו לא מקשיבים את השחיטה, זה מילא מה? זה ואילו. אם מישהו ירה בראש של הבמה הזאת, אז הנה במה, הוא מתה בבמה הזאת. אז יש איזה תורה, כמו כל במה שמתה, אז מה אכפת לי שאחד שחושב שהוא שוחט? אתה, לא אכלת בחדר שלך, אתה לא יודע לשחוט, תופס סכין ושוחט. אז הבמה תמיעה או לא תמיעה? בחורה תמיעה, אנחנו יודעים מה אנחנו עושים, יודעים איך, ומה,
Yo, what up, New York? You fucking in here? Fuck yeah, baby. Give me that 10 minutes of Shaw, baby.
אז עכשיו, איך אתה יכול להפקיע את האיסור הזה אחרי שהיא מתה? אתה רוצה להגיד שזה נשחט, אבל אתה צריך להוכיח שהיה כאן שחיטה. אתה לא מוכיח שזה יהיה שחיטה. אז היא נשארת באיסור, לא אותו איסור, כאילו, האיסור קופץ בעוד איסור,
Don't want no grandson.
זה התחיל ביהיה במלאכה, המשיך האיסור, המשיך הלאה. ככה מסבירים על השאלה. ובלשת פה. יש לך דערי בקש לספר, נתגיבה לך במלאים. אם היה
Alright, we're here. We're back at 10 minutes of shop. I got my Bruce Springsteen t-shirt on. I'm ready to go, dude. That is not why they're here, though. Oh my God, why are they here? They're here to watch the show I just said. 10 minutes of shop, start the timer, play the cheat clip.
Cooney's a little drunk today.
I have been drinking, not completely sober as usual. I wish I was drunk, but I'm not.
Isn't that a show? A podcast?
I wish I was drunk.
Yeah. Probably.
We might be drunk as a show.
Oh, we might be drunk. Yeah.
You fucking drunk?
We might be drunk. This one's posted by Monstanaret Centrist. Montanaric.
I think so.
Is that like a bad word?
I don't know what it means.
They're making me say it.
You can't get in trouble if you don't know what it means.
Okay. It's called the most brutally honest thing anyone's ever said. Anyone's ever said to Brian. You know this? I do. I like to watch the animals' adrenaline. I get it spiked, and then I slay the animal at peak. At peak.
Stop.
Imagine being sad because your career sucks, but you still go on these animal fantasies.
Yeah, no, it's like, this is why your career sucks, dude. You're dedicated to this awful bit. Your face.
Oh, Bubba.
He's 50 years old up for driving. He's like 50 years old and he's still going like, I like animals. I don't just watch them. I own them. What are you doing? Stop it.
Yeah. I mean, we're not on a good trajectory. You can say that about me.
About what?
He's 35 years old saying boner alert.
We are saying that because he said,
oh, you're right.
Make fun of him. You're not doing it on your own. You're doing it ironically, Gerardo.
Oh, my bad.
Come on.
That makes sense. Chase, why do you want the adrenaline in the body?
You'd have to feel what it's like when you take that meat in. It gets saturated with red blood cells. The meat is kind of a fudge-like consistency. There's almost no fat. I take it in. Sometimes I carry with me a small jalapeno pepper.
Why small?
A small bottle of extra virgin olive oil, preferably from Greece.
Okay. I am seeing, though, there are guys that have a voice that they do all the time. Like Gaffigan, he doesn't do it as much, but Gaffigan has that funny voice. Yeah, it's still funny. And unfortunately for Brian, he has a voice that's never once ever been funny. Yeah. And he is committed to it. But it sucks. I recognize that sucks for him. You have the one thing, but your thing sucks. Whereas Gaffigan has a one thing. He doesn't even need to do it. He's actually very funny. Yeah. But on top of that, he can always do that thing that we all enjoy.
Coonie, I see you, I hear you, I feel you. Yeah. Right? Don't kill me, okay, but hear me out. Yeah. And don't disagree right away. But Brian Callen did have a voice, and it was funny. Right? Hear me out. Let me finish. Right? But it's a very unfortunate when your voice is that of a rapist and you happen to have raped women, and then that's what you do now. He's like, ooh, that's my voice. Okay. And then now, after 2020, everyone sees you for what you are. Same thing with kind of like the deleted thing. He's like that silly, making fun of drunk girls. You know, then he ends up being like into young girls. You know what I mean?
It's like there were signs the whole time from both of them. I agree with what you're saying, and that's a good observation. Thank you. So, like, the thing that they're doing is much, I would argue that it's much worse now because of the connection.
Yes.
So,
I know, we're both on the same side here, too. This is really bad.
And it is kind of, in a dark way, it is very funny to be like, you have a thing that would be associated with a criminal, and it's your bit, and then you are a criminal, too. Your joke is that you, like, sound like, you know, you do bad things, and then, oh, wait, you do bad things. And now your bit is ruined because, you know, it's like, well, I was laughing when I thought you were kidding. Because you're a comedian, I thought you were joking. You are doing these things. You are targeting drunk women. Which is just, yeah, it's bad. It shouldn't do that.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah. you made that really definitive. You are
allegedly. No, I'm glad you said it. Allegedly. I mean, yeah, they had enough to make a whole YouTube documentary about it.
Fire.
Yeah, or a newspaper article.
Savage.
No? Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
All right.
Or Jerusalem.
Do you mind handing me a water, please?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, brother.
I might grab water myself.
This is the best thing to do. Keep yourself busy while Brian's talking.
Yeah, you need to hydrate. It's so funny, like, I might as well drink water.
Yeah.
By leaving,
trapped in the desert.
I leave the animal for the elements or for other animals.
I feel like
that's pretty good. He's not even trying. That's another part of it. It's fucking idiot. It's like he's gone into like pilot mode, like autopilot. You know,
pilot mode.
Pilot mode is
great. I love pilot mode.
What was the other thing I said? He's a fool of shit.
He's a full of shit.
He's a full of shit in pilot mode, dude. He's not really trying either.
Yeah.
Whatever the voice you do, you still have to put some effort. I put in more effort than he does. Come on, dude. I saw Bruce Springsteen like a month ago now. That fucking guy's like 80 years old. He's jumping. He's going in the middle of the crowd, doing like 30 songs, the whole band and shit. It's Bruce Springsteen.
You told me for 5 minutes he was on stage going beat cheese, beat cheese, beat cheese.
Yeah, he was on some Gringo Poppy stuff. He's a performer. He should be ashamed of himself, this Brian Callen person, in comparison to someone like that.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
I feel like what you're telling me right now is something that I've heard you say before. Not necessarily in that order, right? But it does seem like, and pardon me for going right into serious talk. Yeah. But it does seem that you're selling something that you've been selling for a while, and I'm curious if you're still selling it because people are buying, or because you're stuck with this thing and you have nothing to do with it.
Oh man. Jeez. I don't want to do an interview with Rick Glassman now.
Look at how happy he was like a minute ago, talking about Hawks or whatever he was saying.
I thought he was going to say you're selling something that like no one like wants. You're stuck, but he essentially said that. Yeah. Dude, Glassman, funny guy.
Different. It's nothing to do with it. How old are you now?
So I'm you mean like in biological terms or? Okay. What do you mean? So show business? What do I play? I can play anywhere from 30 to 40s.
Come on, dude. Is he doing that that almost seems that he's playing into the bit there. That's kind of funny. I'm going to give that to him. If that's self-awareness, that's kind of funny. And it's also sad still.
It is very sad.
It is still sad.
It's also telling that he probably has this loaded answer because everyone always asks him to stop.
Oh, yeah. What if he gets... So he says, is he saying 30s to be funny, or is he saying it because he really doesn't want to say what it really is?
Oh, like his real age?
Yeah, well, or what he can play.
Oh, okay.
It's like either one is kind of sad. Oh, like actually, if he can't say his real age when he plays, that's really sad. But when he says 30s, is he playing into like, all right, now you make fun of me? Then that's kind of...
It's funny because in his brain's algorithm, he's like, they always stump me when they ask me how old I am. I gotta think of something, you know?
There's no right answer for Brian. Be disgusting and sad. He's not, like I said, he's medically unfunny. And then also, what was the thing we said right before it started? Something about like there comes a point where someone's so unfunny that...
Oh, it's like a criminal.
Yeah, it's like it rises to the level of criminality with Brian Callen.
Yeah.
Like he should be stopped. And that's what Glassman sort of is trying to do there, is reasoning with them a little bit. It might not even be mean. It might just be like honest, like this is how you should approach. You know how people are assertive?
Yeah.
Sometimes like you try some bullshit and someone surprises you, they go, hey, you can't do that. You're like, whoa. And then you realize you shouldn't do that. That person is assertive. And it's good that they did that.
So you're saying that Brian should be put on joke parole? Like he should have like an ankle monitor detecting the jokes he tells.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Dude, anytime he tries to tell a joke, the ankle monitor goes off and a parole officer shows up and he goes,
So you're coming with us, dude.
What did you try and say? Or what did you? And then Brian says a joke, and the parole officer goes, "You know you can't." We told you that. You gotta stop doing that stupid ass voice that no one laughs at. You see me laughing? You're going to jail.
Yeah.
I told you to stop telling horrible jokes, and you're still doing that voice. And now, because of that, you won't be able to see your kids. Think about that in jail, you bastard. I wonder if parole officers can call you a bastard.
All right, let's see. This next one's posted by Appropriate Duty 930. It's called Baba and Toe Get Caught Lying About Gas Prices in LA.
Hey, so just the other day, Meathead podcaster Joe Rogan posted this episode with former MMA fighter Brendan Schaub on May 13th, and he had this to say about gas prices in Los Angeles.
You know what, man? He's not wrong, though, with the way gas prices are. I talked to Tim Dillon today. I was on the phone with him when I came to the studio. He told me that gas is $7.90 a gallon in LA right now. And that's down from what it was. I was out there.
I was out there a month ago. It's down from a month ago. That's just not.
It's so funny. It's fucking hilarious.
It was $10.
Why would you say anything? Just let Joe cook. Why does he have to butt in and say that they were? That's actually not true. It was hired.
Whereas Brian is medically unfunny, Schaub is medically stupid. You know, like whatever the dumbest possible thing to say.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
He'll say it. The 790, that I've seen it get to 7 at least. So I'm like, that seems high, but that's like, all right. But then when he goes, I was out there a month ago, it's higher. It wasn't higher a month ago. It's gone up, you stupid jackal. That doesn't even make common sense. Like, what are you doing? Why would you lie in a way that makes absolutely no sense? It's gone down? Is that what you're saying, you buffoon? He just said it was high.
He's a fucking idiot, dude. Just let Joe cook.
I'm exhausted, and I realize that doesn't make sense.
It's like he wants to be wrong sometimes.
His brain is fucked up from CTE, I think. But yeah, also
probably adrenaline. He's like, I feel good when I'm wrong.
He doesn't care.
$1.90 a gallon in LA right now. And that's down from what it was. I was out there a month ago, commercial, and it was up to $8.40 something.
So yeah, according to these two guys who both left California for Austin, Texas about 6 years ago, gas in California is either $7.90 a gallon today or it was $8.40 a gallon last month. So let's go ahead and dig into this, shall we? Again, as someone who currently actually lives inside Los Angeles, I prefer to use the app Gas Buddy to find the lowest gas prices because it pulls prices from both users who input it and from station owners. And as you can see here in Los Angeles, there are prices as low as $5.39 a gallon. You'll see some $5.49 over here, some $5.55 here, but nowhere is it above $6, is it above $7, and it certainly isn't above $8.
Why is Wendy's right there? Wendy's is selling gas.
Who knows, dude?
Well, that takes care of Joe Rogan's claim that gas is currently $7.90 a gallon. But how about Brendan Schaub's claim that a month ago gas was $8.40 a gallon? Well, let's take a look at that too. And for that, let's take a look at AAA's average gas prices for California, which it says today is $6.14. But if we use the Wayback Machine to see it from April 16th, you can see that it was actually $5.86. It was cheaper a month ago. But again, blatantly locked.
Like, obviously, it was cheaper a month ago.
This is wasting 2 minutes of my time.
This guy's almost... Like, I honestly feel stupid that I didn't realize right away that doesn't make sense. Obviously, it's not gone down. The point is it went up, you stupid.
There is, like, 1 or 2 gas stations that have... It could be, like, the most peaceful times, it'll be $9 a gallon.
Agreed.
Like, you know Alvera Street down in Los Angeles?
I do.
Anyways, you know Alvera Street.
I believe you.
Right. Next to Union Station, there's a gas station that's
Agreed.
a Chevron. It's probably at $10.
I agree.
That's like the one gas station that's super expensive.
There definitely are that are more expensive than others.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I completely trust that map. Maybe it's legit, maybe it's not. But I think I saw it get to 7. They're like, why are they talking about this?
Yeah.
This is like when Brian and them talk about directions to the house. We did it. We came full circle again.
That's social media. This isn't real.
I thought you pushed another one.
About something on the word of a so-called friend is nothing new for Joe Rogan, as it was just under 4 years ago that Joe Rogan made the claim that his friend's wife worked at a school where they had litter boxes for kids that identified as cats, and then another guest called that out as an urban myth. And of course, Joe Rogan quickly backtracked. So when you run across MAGA trolls online making up lies about California and Los Angeles, realize that this is where they're getting their information from. Shame on you guys.
MAGA trolls, dude. Wow, that's great. Shout out to them. They're my go-to. Yeah. All right, so I think this has to do with the whole Theo Vaughn thing. Posted by GTS777. Heading to JRE 2501. Apologizing publicly to Theo Vaughn for gaslighting him a couple of pods ago. By the way, this pod started with Rogan pushing hard and normalizing mass surveillance. I'm sure this will keep Theo Vaughn at peace. It is weird. He had that one millionaire on his Apologia Commedia, I think, or podcast creator did a video on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who was the... Do you remember who the millionaire was?
Mark Andreessen.
Oh, that guy, the conehead guy.
Yeah, and he hates that, right? He hates people called coneheads.
Does he?
Yeah.
I can't imagine looking like that and being mad about it, right? I mean, if you really look like something, wouldn't you just be like, yeah. If you're mad, always wear a hat or something.
Yeah. I don't know. Try to hide it because it's out there, dude.
He looks like a human conehead.
You can afford hair.
Yeah, it's true. He could.
You're a billionaire.
Yeah, why doesn't he do that? He's so bent out of shape. If he gets hair, it still looks like a conehead somehow. Bert and Ernie.
Never bring it up publicly again.
You know how it happens, though? I'm sorry. You know how it happens is that he will probably look in the mirror for too long. Because you know you're not supposed to look in the mirror for too long. You can get lost into an alternate reality type thing. It's true. Look it up.
Yeah.
He probably looked in the mirror too long and liked what he saw. And so whenever somebody was like, "You're a fucking conehead," he's like, "I thought I was beautiful."
He likes it. He's like, and conehead is sexy. He should own it, dude.
Wiggles and Joe.
He's like, it doesn't matter how much money I have, women don't want to fuck a conehead.
They keep asking me to stick my hand in their puss.
Never bring it up publicly again, but I think it is important to let people know that aspect of it. So I'm going to call him and clear this with him and make sure he's cool with me saying this, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be. And that's it. So I'm a human and I'm flawed like all of us, and I fuck up, and this program
probably not the last time. It's definitely not something I'm going to fuck up again. But my intention is never to hurt anybody, ever. And that's why, I very rarely, if ever, even get upset at anyone other than like corrupt politicians. But I do my best to just try to be a good person, spread positivity, and grow and learn. And hopefully you're doing the same. So that's it. Sorry. Bye. I like picturing the drummer.
This is important, guys. This is Jerry. With Joe Rogan doing all that, apologetic. What sticks out to me is, he says that, like, I'm just like, hey, I'm sorry. My intention is to blah, 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 blah. And he's like, I really don't even get mad. Only at politicians, but we've seen him get mad at so many people.
Yeah.
He got mad at the monkey lady. Remember the lady that was like, actually, that kind of monkey doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, you stupid bitch.
Fuck you. Your fucking husband's cheating on you, stupid cunt.
So I wonder if we'll ever get to like that kind of. I wonder if I do that. I'm sure I'm capable of being like, listen, I don't normally do these things and blah blah blah, but I do them all the time.
Yeah.
But maybe it's human. I don't know. But he's online so much. He sees what's going on. How do you not know that you do that?
Yeah. Well, dude.
Spicy.
But the Occam's razor, right? Like
remind me.
The Occam's razor is like the most explanation is probably what's true.
Oh yes.
You know what I mean?
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's Occam's razor. I think so. Occam's Law, dude. It's Occam's Asylum.
It's actually the Pythagorean theorem. School you on that. Sorry, forgot.
But like Occam's razor, it's kind of weird that he's I don't know if it's gaslighting or what it is. Him saying like I never get mad kind of thing, It's not true, but people are saying that. Do you know the whole narrative around this Theophon thing?
That he's like there's something about Israel, and then like he's against SSRIs or something, and because Theo Von was criticizing Israel, so Joe Rogan wants him to stop doing that or something like that.
The narrative, meaning the one that's being painted online, not by the people involved,
right,
but by the investigative journalists that are like Augustine Zinga, stuff like this. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They're saying that Joe Rogan is basically setting him up to be.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. That's super important. Yeah. To be gotten rid of. Yeah. Schrodinger's peacock.
God damn it. Sorry. Schrodinger's box. You open the box. Is Theo alive or dead?
There you go.
Schrodinger's got a nice box. I wouldn't mind dying in that bad boy. It's called box or Schrodinger's cat? That's what it is.
If I were gonna do that to myself, I'd use a Rube Goldberg machine. That's a good thing. That's the only one I remember what it is. It's a thing that it's like way too complicated to do something. Like it was not necessary. So it has all these bells and whistles. Rube Goldberg machine is anything Brendan Schaub is involved. Any of his shows, any of his truck stuff. They're all. I could be wrong about that too. I don't care. Spicy.
But yeah, I think it's weird. It's just the set. Anyways, back to the Occam's razor thing. Is like that's kind of like creepily like a pretty simple explanation, right?
Yeah,
very strange. He's obviously in lieu with all these other people, and I forget who it was. I'm watching way too many of these American Greed acts.
Sure,
Too Lazy to Try.
Everyone relates to that.
Podcast Cringe. Everyone at home, we're all watching. You're probably watching that while watching this.
Yeah, hopefully you're watching this right after, before, or during, if you can multitask. I'm okay with both.
Yeah. And leave in the comments below who's your favorite.
We need more, yeah. There's got to be more of us, dude, not less.
Fried Plantain is another one, dude. Man, it's crazy how many there are.
That's good. Yeah, there's a lot of these channels. I mean, Rogan talks about it. His guest, he's very angry, but he's not mad at all.
But yeah, he's trying to set up Theo for some French, what is it called?
Yeah,
Candace Owens type of.
Hopefully not, but yeah, Occam's razor. Goodbye, Theo. You had a good life.
Anyways, well, you guys know what you're here for. You're here for the freaking podcast, aren't you? Because this is posted by.
Oh my God, dude! I hate to be the one to tell you guys this, but Apparently, Thomas Massey, Theo Von, and Greta Thunberg did a murder S-word and was done by Hamas. So, all right, but let's keep going. Sorry.
Why Greta? Is that your own girl?
She got killed by Hamas. Sorry about that, guys.
This one's posted by You'll Do Nothing. Trouble in Pair of Dice. Oh, this one's great. I saw this already.
I think I did see this, yeah.
I'm going to say under... How many was the lights go out?
It's 3 out of 5, right? Or 5 out of 5. I'm going to say under 3.5.
Oh, Jesus, dude. Yeah, I'd probably take that bet. Meaning, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It should be under 3.5.
Yeah, I don't think it goes.
I bet you the line's 1.5. Wish we had a computer look that up. What do you think I'm doing, dog? Let's do it, bud. Let's fucking do it, dog. Moving from here to here is just too long for you. Let's do it.
So funny. Damn, dude, that is fucking. How do I just press it? Spicy.
Computer look that up. What do you?
I mean, it's just so funny that, like, thank God for Cooney. I'm so grateful for Cooney. If I say, like, keep talking about looking something up, you're just like, you just keep going. Every time while I'm looking something up, I'm impressed. I'm like, dude, he just knows he's going to say something right now, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Look, that's great to hear, dude. Nice. We'll see how long that lasts.
But it's so funny that Brandon Chop can't even just do anything. He just goes until he does. You know what I mean?
He goes when he's not supposed to, and then when you need him to go, he's not anywhere to be seen.
Yeah. Chin's obviously going to pull it up. He's listening to the podcast. If not, ideation is. Somewhere else, but
I actually haven't seen this. We'll see how my brain works.
1.5.
Yeah, I don't think it goes.
I bet you the line's 1.5. Wish we had a computer look that up. What do you think I'm doing, dog? Let's do it, bud. Let's fucking do it, dog.
There's a lot going on there in that little split second, dude. Very funny. You see this little fucking Jamook's little head movement there.
Wish we had a computer look that up. What do you think I'm doing, dog? Let's do the lines.
They're piling on Chin, dude.
Yeah, why doesn't he does the thing? Why don't you talk, man?
Yeah.
It's even worse for him. He's sitting next to Chin. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
What do you think Chin is doing?
It's hard to talk when you fail at stand-up in New York City. It's like if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere type thing. You know what I mean? So I guess I feel for him. I empathize at least. You have to go to Austin to just tell trans jokes and hopefully do well, dude. Pray to God you make it on Rogan.
It is funny, like, if you move to Austin to be like an edgelord, it's pretty funny. That's a ridiculous thing to do, really. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to do it soon. So watch that.
This is Jimmy looking for places in Austin.
Yeah, checking Zillow listings, looking for clues that say, like, the Zillow apartment I'm looking for is open to racism.
I bet you the line's 1.5. Wish we had a computer look that up. What do you think I'm doing, dog? Let's do it, bud. Let's fucking do it, dog. Moving from here to here is just too long for you. Let's do it.
Let's see what the over.
Because he's a massive favor.
He tried massive favor.
Job tries at the end there to kind of keep talking. Well, could give him some time, so he learned a little bit. But even him joking, like, I think he was joking. He's like, "Come on, do it!" Like he's trying to be like, "I noticed that I fucked up," but he's just he's Chop. He's running Chop, dude.
Dude, Poppy, what are you doing, bro?
Well, what do me and Chop have in common? Be careful how you fucking answer this, dude.
Athletic prowess.
Thank you, I appreciate that. No, but we're both Latino. We are both
shortstops.
Indeed, we're both spicy. You know what I mean? I've been like this before, dude. You're just too much, and you just, So imagine all the shit he was saying to Chin before this to cause Chin to react in that way,
Yeah, there's trouble. Yeah, behind the scenes, you're saying. Yeah, I always forget that they do stuff. God knows what he has been doing beforehand. He's like, "Hey, Jim, before I get there, can you
drive my kids to baseball practice?"
Yeah, just to show the kids. Like, show for my kids around, and then like, I got this thing going on with my truck. Can you see if you can figure it out? Like, he wants them to work on a truck. Just like, I don't know how to do truck stuff. Yeah, well, it's like AI now, right? AI in the truck. We pay for Claude.
Yeah. And you see, if anyone disagrees with them online, he threatens to rip their neck off. And you're literally the one case where we know he'll do it. You know?
Oh yeah, he's eventually gonna kill. He's gonna kill somebody. He's definitely shit's gun. I like it. Like, so Brennan gets like so mad at Claude, right? Because Claude's like, Brendan, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, you can't actually do that. He's just fuck AI sucks. Doesn't even work right. Fucking ask you a question. It says I'm wrong.
I told AI what's up today.
I bet you I will. I won't wear a mask in Starbucks. You're saying it to Claude. ChatGPT, Gemini.
Let's do it.
Let's see what the
Because you know he's a massive favor. It's just that they're setting out on a tough expedition.
Explodition.
I'm not giving that to you. That's just ridiculous. I'm not
gonna. Brendan Chop just threatened to rip my neck off. How should I respond to him? He's very angry right now.
That sounds really intense. I think the best thing is to stay calm, keep a safe distance, and don't engage with any more threats. If you feel like it's escalating or you feel in danger, definitely get help. Contact someone you trust or law enforcement. Stay safe, okay?
Ask him, what if he refuses to put on a mask?
If he refuses to back down, it's even more important to...
Alright, we get it.
Okay, fuck you, bye.
You bitch.
Stupid. Why am I saying the C word this episode here?
Damn, bro.
Dude, what the hell's the matter with me?
I am white as shit.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think the first time you two will come on into.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Finally, what happens next? I feel like we missed a couple.
We might have.
I feel like it's been 4 weeks since we've seen one.
Well, it takes 6 months.
It's true. What happens next? Part 31, posted by Icarus Lives. I've been seeing Icarus Lives in the chat. Hey, shout out to that guy.
Oh, wow, really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Save.
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah, I need a fucking what's up, I was in Portland on tour. I'm walking down the street and I check in the hotel.
Big fan.
He was a fan. Yeah. Hotel people shop.
Yeah, all they do is listen to podcasts and watch a UFC fight.
And as I'm walking down the street, the guy goes, shop, come in. The guy checking me with the fan. He goes, hey man, I want to walk around the city this weekend. I'm like, what? I have shows, man. He goes, yeah, I know.
I heard Big Brown is it's the Proud Boy. Oh, Proud Boy and Antifa.
He's setting it up, yeah.
Proud Boy and what's the Antifa rally. He's like, he gets pretty violent. I'd say later
gets pretty violent, like it's an annual thing. Yeah, every year the Proud Boys and Antifa come to Portland.
That's a good point. That doesn't make any sense. Did it happen last year? It's the Proud Boy and Antifa rally. Like, they do it together.
Or this guy's a soothsayer. He's like, I've seen the future. It's going to get violent.
That would be so, dude. Brennan Chop would meet like some Nostradamus figure and have no idea. Like, he meets a great person and Chop, yeah, this guy's like fucking trying to tell me some shit about that I need to do, like, to prevent the end of the world. And Chop punches him, so I punch her in the face with his kidney. And that's how the world ends.
That's social media. This isn't real.
You gotta hope that it's not up to Chop to save the world if someone travels back through time. Your shop's gonna call him gay and beat him up.
What? He did with the what first?
What? You sure fucked my wife?
Oh, I'm like, oh, okay. And you ain't lying. I was in the heart of it, and they're.
You joined the rally.
Joined the rally? Why?
There's sirens everywhere. There's SWAT teams, and they're going down. And I was just like, nah, fuck it. Let's see what this is about. So I walked out, and it's Antifa and Proud Boys, and they're the only common thing they agreed on.
On his 24th basketball. Everyone's a fan of him.
I want to believe that Antifa people in the Antifa crowd were fans of Brennan Chop. I mean, it's hard to believe that even the Proud Boys had to be fans of Chop. But Antifa, why?
Proud Boy just makes that sense. Because they're grifters or whatever the fuck. The reason why Antifa doesn't make sense is because I feel like they're more underground. Like, you don't get cell service down there. You're not going to catch Spotify
UFC breakdowns down there. You know what I mean?
they don't pay attention to MMA because they would have to get the subscription.
Also, probably see more like they make fun of everything because they just hate everyone, racist jokes and stuff like this. Antifa takes things real seriously. Like you gotta just walk on eggshells around Antifa because you can't say the wrong thing. You know?
Who knows, man? I mean, it's obviously not true.
Go to an Antifa rally and be like, that woman has a mustache. Good luck walking out there.
Is that because that's like Shad's humor?
Yeah, I'm just making jokes myself right now. Jesus Christ.
The only common thing they read on their fans line, like, Shad, big boy, what's up? So the picture of me like this, and Tifa's on the left, Robert's on the right, there's a SWAT team behind me. I'm like, what's up?
The Diaz brothers shot up Tito. Who do you think?
Diaz brothers.
I think Tito.
Oh, wow.
The Diaz brothers don't go to Portland.
Yeah, I mean, Tito's too busy with his printing business.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He's in Huntington.
But then I'm walking and I see Tito.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, what are you doing here? And he's like, what? I was like, oh, you should come to comedy show. He's like, what time is that? I'm like, did you come in for my comedy show? He goes, I did. Leave a ticket under my name, dude. I'm like, how many you need? He's like, just one. I was like, okay, well, I'll see you tonight. Never showed up. And then that's months later, I was like,
he was there for the rally.
Oh, he was there for the rally.
Wow, yeah, that sounds like Tito Ortiz because he was playing along with your bit.
Yeah.
You know,
both could be true. Like it sounds like him because one, Tito Ortiz was the mayor of Huntington Beach, and he was like all, kind of conservative or whatever. And then the other is like he would be totally confused, and then if somebody were like, what are you here for? He would be like, yeah, your show, yeah. How many? One ticket. Like if you just ask Tito Ortiz a question, he's gonna go along with it. Just like with the printer thing. He thought, for a second, I convinced Tito Ortiz that he worked for a printing company. So it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, the man has a lot of CT, just like Brennan. His business is open on Sunday, but it's also closed on Sundays. It's open on Monday through Friday, but also half the day, Monday through Wednesday, and then Tuesday through Thursday is closed.
How to control ground squirrels. That guy right there. Wait, I'm going to give you. Let me kill him.
This might, we have to have this out, but also, if you think about squirrels, they have big bushy tails, kind of like a peacock. Squirrels are just like
bushy tails, kind of like a peacock.
He's talking about squirrels.
It is kind of like the first time you hear Snoop Dogg talking about animals. You're like, oh, I need more of this. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
Squirrels are just like transgender rap. We have to have that out there.
Do we have to edit that out? No, I don't think so. Fantastic. I think it's fantastic.
What do you think about that?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, only like ironically. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, to the audience at home. There's a lot of times at this show where I'm finally I can laugh. I don't want you to laugh, but who's transgender?
Bushy tail peacocks? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Called all of Spokane. I will be there this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Spokane Comedy Club. Just believe you better get there. Watch this drive.
It's golf over into trees, straight into a truck. I'm ready. God, it's a truck, dude. That's all.
Watch this drive.
It's true.
This is called the golf course air horn. When people tee off, when they're coming down with their swing, we're going to blow these air horns.
Gotta get there. Now watch this drive.
He had the worst promos ever for her shit. I love it. The worst ideas. Yeah. Just like basic, dumb meathead ideas. Those were the days of special time.
It's I call those days checking the boxes. Oh, yeah. He's like, fuck it, I'm already golfing. Let me just check the box. I gotta do a promo right now. I suck ass at golf. Yeah, whatever.
What's his drive? It would be funny if he made a series of him not succeeding at stuff. Doing promos like, he's like, now watch me dunk, and he falls on his ass. now watch me drive this car safely. He flips it.
I'm a brakes guy. I'm really into brakes.
Now watch me raise my kids. He just shows his daily life.
Yo, what up? How are
This
you?
one's posted by different report 123.
What's good, son? What is good? Yeah, do you hear me? Podcast, how about you? You're good, big dog.
It's not the fight. He's hitting.
Dog, I'm slinging a dick. Like it's going out of style. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do about it, big man? How'd you find out about it? Dog, no one knows what you're talking about, big man.
Alrighty, so this one's posted by Psychological 992.
Dog, we're just chilling.
You know, you never know what narratives we're gonna start painting until they happen, dude. Yeah, I do not like this guy. Oh, okay. All right, I'll watch him. He's got big muscles.
No one knows who that guy is.
Guess what? I have a short lifespan, Daddy. I don't care about your muscles.
Yeah.
And my life. See what happens. You know what I mean?
He's just as in danger as Chin is his life.
Yeah.
I think they can both be killed by shot.
Yeah.
Brian's probably safe.
It's weird because, you know, that Venn diagram with like no muscles and big muscles, but they're both, you know, close, adjacent.
Well, look, dude, you think muscles are going to save you from like one of the best fighters of all time?
Oh, dude, do you want to be? I don't want that.
He's on thin ice.
Yeah.
If he steps out of line.
Let's see here.
Like, younger kids hate Ryan Reynolds now for that reason.
Holy shit, these are louder than the other boys. You went to the talk about the game that has this thing goes on?
Saw an idea for a game we could try. So I saw something on TikTok. He goes, pick your best fighter, where it's fighter IQ, wrestling, jiu-jitsu,
Dude, I love that shit.
It's great.
I love like the random artistic. I feel like this artistic stuff that you see on this subreddit. Man, look, icon. No, but I mean, it's just so funny.
Yeah,
it's good. Good work. Art speaks louder than words.
Hopefully, Psychological Doc 992 is here to stay, dude. I need more of this.
Yeah, that was good. It's kind of like Red Dragon or something.
Can you make something of Crystal eating shrimp scampi?
Like with like that?
Oh, I was asking him. Yeah, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because remember, he would do that every time. That was like his calling card for his victims.
Yeah, shrimp scampi is more. There you went there, make it naked.
Speaking of naked, we have a Bert Kreischer post here. Posted by Special Mushroom 285. Rogan could open Rogan could open hundreds of comedy clubs around the world and pay comics a great wage, but it'll never make up for the indelible stain he left on comedy after convincing these two rednecks to give up their day job and pursue stand-up comedy / podcasting.
Yeah, that's pretty honest, but it's like a lot of people say that. I agree, and it's not said enough. I know a lot of people say it, but keep saying it louder and include more people. Tony Hinchcliffe as well. You know, the whole crew. I agree.
Let's see what this one says. Fudge Runyon posted this one. Uncle Ted still figuring Uncle Scientist out. So yeah, Theo Von, we talked a bit about this already here. I forgot to link the other one too. This is posted by Khabib Time. Coach Baba and Toe giving advice to baseball dads about their kids, but fails to see the self-aware irony. I like what that rock did. My son's baseball football teams, crazy. Buddy, so I'll go, hey, give me some advice, man. You gotta back off, dude. But they can't. They can't. They can't. And they have to change. Like, I'm trying to help you out here. You love baseball, whatever. You love football. Your son now, the reason he wants to quit is because you made it not fun. He used to love this game. When I first got here, nothing he loved more than football. Now he wants to quit because you've made it a job for him. You fuck back. Hey, it's gonna suck for him. Football. You're not gonna watch your kids play football, dude. Because you decide to get not fun. You're gonna fuck up your relationship with your kid. Facts. I don't force my kids into doing it other than have to go to school. I don't force my kids into doing anything they don't want to do. And if they're not interested in it, you don't have to find something you are interested in. That's my thing. Whatever you do, let's ride. I don't give a fuck what it just so happens. It's baseball, football. Cool, let's ride, man. Yeah, but you have a great personality for that, and that you're very encouraging. You're not. It's not you thinking that like your self-worth is not tied up to your kid's performance. You just want your kids to have fun. Yep. The problem is with some people, their kid is almost like their racehorse or something. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's. This is so funny, dude. Yeah. Why? Because of all the times Chavez complained about his kid not doing well. Oh yeah. Kind of sounds like it's his racehorse. Yeah, it's like the exact opposite. The financial straits, like he owes Rogan how much money now? Because he keeps asking for something, allegedly. Yeah. And then he's like, well, when he makes it to the Dodgers, I'll be paying him back handsomely. Chargers, anything, just couldn't do sports. Their whole personality around their kid being an elite athlete, brother, and especially in base, right? It's like it's a business now. It's over $1 billion business. So now it's like there's these travel ball. When I was a kid, you had to be really fucking nuts back then. Well, now everybody wants to say their kids travel ball. So there's the majors, and there's 2 teams of the majors. There's 3 AAA, 3 AA, 3 single A. I just want I don't need the best 10-year-old. I just want him playing. So I don't give up. He made the majors team. I don't give a fuck if it's majors, AAA.
I can't imagine someone being like interested in this, right? You know. And then what I was laughing about in the beginning was kind of just I was thinking about Shab telling all of this to some dad, but it's not the dad. It's like some guy that he thought was someone's dad. The guy's like, whoa. I'm like, I was just watching the game. I'm friends with people that. Do you mean to talk with my buddy Brian, whose son is playing? He's like, oh, my bad. That's the problem. You don't listen. Imagine how your kid feels. Racehorse.
Playing wherever. Have fun. And apply yourself to something. And apply yourself. Like he was just about to say that. Bro, this sucks ass.
Oh yeah. Rogan's like, they don't need to do anything they don't want to do. Vaccines, dude. Rogan is mad is because he caught his daughters and said the day before the show. That's why he lashed at Theo, because they were listening to like Mark Maron taking it Sarah or whatever. He's like, did you know?
Do that again, you're gonna be a boy tomorrow.
Yeah. He starts saying that like Aaron is behind people becoming trans. Yeah. That's a good narrative.
And I don't give a fuck what level we're at. We'll play it all. And some of the parents will come back from the tournament like, oh, you played double A? I'm like, yeah, it's baseball. You think he can only play majors? So what, I can sit around the water cooler and brag at you guys? I don't give a fuck. That people are like talk the water cubby. Cubby daddy. I don't give a fuck. Down about a kid who's not playing as good. Oh, it's like, what do you know? But you know, that's like stage moms. You know, there's a thing like that with actors. To your point, yeah. And he's fucking it all up. Oh yeah, it's all gonna get fucked. I wish
wish someone had told me. You know, like in baseball, because I didn't try very hard. I wish there was like somebody be like, you stink. Try harder.
Nah, dude, I like the toxic shit. Dude. I love it. It sucks ass when you're dealing with her. Cry me a river, dude. You know what I mean? As long as that baseball has in the cubby, dude, yell at me, dude. I want to be the best of it. There, you know what I mean?
I know. You have to pay for your family to have a mansion because you're going to be in that Texas mansion.
Dude, I want you to like drive in the car with you to practice. And you know what's funny is that you think I'm kidding. Like, no, dude, you're the best fucking baseball player, dude. Yeah, don't accept anything less from me as a kid, dude.
If a fat kid hits a home run off me, I want my dad to hit my mom.
Yeah, make me wear a fat suit for a week.
Yeah,
and hit my mom.
Make me eat a little bit of poison.
Okay, that's white crazy right there, dude.
I deserve it.
That's too crazy.
I let a fat kid hit home. If I die, I die.
When the game's over, don't ask me how I'm doing. Tell me how I fucked up. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, have an idea of how much the fat kid weighs and tell me that.
If I didn't get a ground ball, hit me in the fucking nuts. Absolutely. Tell me that's what the ground ball should have done. Because at least I would have stopped the ball. You know what I mean?
That's what the ground ball should have done.
That's awesome. Job's not finished. Boom. Kick me in the nuts. And then you say Muslim mentality or something like, well, guess what? I guess we're not playing tomorrow because you should quit today. And I'm like, but I really want to play. My friend, like, then get your fucking pants on and let's go.
Oh, you're afraid of the baseball might hit you? Well, this bell will hit you.
And then if they go like, well, you're not playing tomorrow, I'm like, all right. They go, all right, now you're gonna get beat. It's like, wait, but you said I wasn't playing tomorrow. This is what I want, dude. That's a plea, you know what I mean? Just how many chicks, you know what I mean? And this is how you get to like David Ortiz, people calling you Bobby, they don't even know you know? So,
yeah. Oh, well, in the game today? Okay, well, I'll see you in the octagon.
Yeah, that's right.
The best.
Yeah, if I lose a baseball game, I'm not going to want to lose because I know that my dad's going to tackle me afterwards in an octagon. Bare knuckle UFC style MMA, dude. And yeah, I'm 10 years old. Yeah, he's fucking 45 or whatever, but we got to figure things out, dude.
You show up and you look like Nate Diaz after the Mike Perry fight. What happened? And you go, I let a fat kid hit a home run off me. And they're like, oh, you deserved it. I get it.
Yeah, they're obviously what's called signal boosting. What is it? Virtue signaling. There we go. Yeah. They're virtue signal boosting, dude, because that's not what you're supposed to do if you want your kid to be the greatest. You know? All right, this next one's posted by Not Yet. It's called Till Peak Brian Was Richer Than Papa. Wow, what is that?
Today I learned.
Oh, today I learned Pete Brian was richer than Papa. Wow. All right, Perks. Okay, what was the spinoff? Schooled. Did you make more money in Schooled than in AD Bio? Yeah, because you were one of the main guys.